Yo, what is up, everyone? Can you guys hear us? Mic check. Can we get a mic check from you guys?
Mic check. 1, 2.
Kyle, mic check.
Mic checking.
All right, I think we got audio.
Check that shit.
Yo, there's 11 people in here right now. We're transitioning in right now into the live stream, episode 14. Can you guys hear us? Do we have audio? We're at a Brazilian steakhouse right now. Can you guys hear us? Mic check. We got audio. We got audio. Check from you guys.
Mic check.
Kyle, mic check. We got audio. We're great, dude. We're doing great. You guys can hear it on your side?
Yeah.
Sweet. And you have the comments up too, Kyle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Yeah, I just pulled them.
Yo,
up.
we're live with you all tonight. We got 12 viewers in here now. It's perking up as we keep going. We're like getting it more juice.
Percolating.
Yeah, more energy into it. So we got 4 likes. Spooky, much love, dude. Spooky's in the feed, Kyle. Tell Spooky.
Hey, what up, Spooky?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, we're in the house. We have some family in the house tonight. We got JASH Glass, OG. This dude is like OG as can be, yo. Like dude's been blowing glass since like what, 99, 2000, 2001?
96, homie.
96? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Yeah, this dude's been in it, yo. Like, straight up, man. This guy's in it, okay? So, yo, shout out to you, bro. Like, thank you so much for just taking some time away from your family. I know you're, like, a family man. You got kids. You got a wife. You have a house that you maintain. And you literally have, like, put yourself in the private space, the little fucking cube that you have of your privacy. You lock the door, 3 or 4 locks, and you're like, everyone leave me the F alone, dude.
It's just me and the hamster back here, man.
Hell yeah. That's awesome, bro. That's awesome. Yo, we got people at a Brazilian steakhouse right now watching our live stream.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Damn. Happy birthday, Kyle. Shit, I didn't know that.
Yo, Spooky,
Oh, yeah.
dude,
I was going to say thank you to Spooky earlier,
dude,
too. He hit me up in my DMs earlier wishing me a happy birthday.
He just wished you a happy birthday in the comments, bro.
Oh, nice, man. Hell yeah. Dude, thank you guys. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, it's tomorrow, so we might be hitting it by close if this podcast goes. We might bring in the birthday. We'll see.
Kyle, I was saying this earlier. Your complexion looks great, dude. You look like, I don't know how old you are, but you look like you got many more.
Yeah, how old you going to be? 30 what?
33.
Nice. It's a good number.
Yeah, it is. It's nice. Yeah, it's like the Boro compatibility.
Yeah, it's your Boro year, dude. That's what it's all about. Is like you and I don't know, Josh. I'm sure you found success with your studio way before 30, right? You were like, I know that's down the road in our conversation, but you were what, 20 in your 20s finding success in what you still do.
Crazy, isn't it?
It is crazy. A lot of guys that I come across now, like out here especially, they're in your group, like of 96 to 99 glassblowers. Dude, they're still trying to fucking pay their power bill every month. Like they're struggling, dude. So it's like when I meet people, I kind of ask them like, at what point did you think you were gonna figure it out? And Kyle, where Kyle's at right now is what most of these guys talk about. Oh, my Boro year. Now I just pay the bills and carry on, you know. But by 33. As a glassblower, fucking get something going, dude, right?
Right? Got to keep it going.
You got to keep it going, but I'm saying Boro, COE 33, it's like something like intuitively as a glassblower you should recognize. If I'm not hitting shit by 33, I need to fucking rethink what the fuck I'm doing. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. You know what I mean?
Well, I think you guys got in young though, and I got boots on the ground, and I see these older cats getting in, in their 40s and 50s who are just now starting.
Really?
Yeah.
Had no clue.
They've been wanting to do it their whole life, and then COVID hit, and they're like, "Fucking, I'm doing this shit."
Had no clue.
I've been waiting too long to do it. I'm doing it now.
You're saying where you live, or just people you know, or what?
At the studio,
Okay.
people rolling in.
Yeah.
Yeah, like just now getting started.
That's crazy. That's great. Well, don't clue them in. Don't clue them into the Boro year mentality. That's obviously young gun shit.
Right.
Yeah, do not.
You guys got in early. There's also young kids getting in, but
sure. No, we got in. I think we got in right at time period wise in the existence. I think we got into it at the right time with the legalization of things. But age wise, dude, it's pretty normal at 1920 to like. And this is your generation too. Get in the van and hit the road and start hitting tours and shit. And that's your background. So it's like, we did the same thing that you did. What I'm telling you is those guys that are getting to it now, that's cool. They missed the Boro year though. That has nothing to do with them. Okay, but yeah, if you got into it at 19, 20, 21, you better recognize that Boro year thing is a real thing mentally. Like it's almost like you know how some people will hit age and they're like, well, it's too late now, can't do it. I'm telling you, there's a mentality of glassblowers who started at 19, 20, that where I live specifically, that are in their like mid to late 30s, that are like, yeah, I'm just going to fucking make proto spoons forever, Which is cool, but it's like, it's obviously, they haven't given up on their shit, but they're not as focused on like some evolutionary thing where, dude, you run a studio, right? Like that's impressive.
Yeah, that's like a whole nother thing just being a glass blower, man. That's a lot more on a business side, which a lot of people in the generation before me in glass, and I would more or less say the generation that you're in, don't have that kind of perspective, which is unique because a lot of glass blowers when they get into it have that like starving artist mentality, but like when you have a business to run like a studio, it's like now you see where there's like a lot of priorities because you got doors to keep open too, you got lights to keep on,
100%. That's what I'm saying. At 28, 29, 30, you better be going, oh shit, 33 is creeping up. We better fucking nail it, dude. We better nail something here, And I know you were doing, like where you're at now, you do installs and stuff. That's like not your main hustle, but you've been doing that for 10 years now, at least, of like big installs. Where
pretty diversified.
Yeah,
too,
you're diversified. Yeah, exactly.
That's
what I'm saying. You have diversity within your business plan, and you had that prior to 33.
Sure, but for me, I don't think it was a number that I was heading for per age. It was more of like 10 years was just in my mind. Everybody was like, oh, how long you been in? Oh, 6 years, 7 years, but I don't know shit until I'm 10 years in. And I guess I had hung around with tattoo artists and other tradespeople, and it was like none of them had their shit together until they were 10 years in. And so for me, it was more like, how many years in are you more than what age are you?
I feel the same way. I feel the same way.
Established the studio.
Wait, what, Kyle?
How many years in were you when you guys established the studio?
We opened in April of 2002, so I had been in 6 years.
Okay, cool.
How old were you?
How were the first few years? What was that like?
How old were you?
In 96, I was 20, so I was 26.
Perfect time to dive in. Perfect time to dive in.
Wow.
26 is where like your balls drop in business, I feel like, honestly. Like prior to 26, you're like, we could smoke weed, we can party all the time, and then 26 hit and you're like, damn, this is hard on me. Like I need
Dude, we were such puppies. It was like the age of the internet. The internet had just like come out. We're like, we need a studio. And by we, I mean Dave and I, Dave Walker, Wave Walker Glass. Like, we just needed a studio space. And so we rented a spot. It wasn't like, let's start this studio and let's get people to rent spaces and let's teach classes and let's do this and let's do that. No, it was like, we need somewhere to work. Let's rent a spot and we can split everything. And then come to find out, to rent a spot, you need a bank account. Oh, to get a bank account, you need to have a water bill in your name and to get a water bill and a power bill in your business's name, you need to have a tax ID. Oh, to have it was just like this whole rigmarole in order to just like sign the lease, get the power turned on and get rolling. And it was like, the business was not our goal ever.
Really?
It was, No, it was, let's just get a space where we can make glass.
Okay, so you're more like the skateboarder of like the 70s and 80s in that sense. You're like, you had no idea what you were getting yourself into, but what you got yourself into is the standard now. I'm telling you, that's what a lot of people now just aim for.
Can I say this one thing though? Like, I think you don't give yourself enough credit when you say, like, you don't notice it because you're the one going through with it, but what you were just saying right there, you don't give much thought to it because it's natural for you. It's like, we need to do this. We got to do it. But what you overcame right there is it's already gone through like such a huge filter of what people even have the, enthusiasm or ambition to do. So like, even though you say you weren't really, business wasn't really on our mind, and even though it wasn't like deliberately right in front of you, slapping you in the face, you had to like do a tango with it for a while just to do it. But it's like, okay, if we got to do the tango, I'll learn how to do the 1-2. That's fine. Let's just do this. But like right off the bat, that puts you, as an out.
For me, it was more like the more business we did, the more we became a business.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was like you could just do your own thing in the garage, which was fine and dandy. But it wasn't like, I didn't feel like I was growing. I didn't feel like there was much like an end goal with that. It was just like more of the same, just more making stuff, growing. And that was the biggest thing that like I think kept me hooked, was that every piece I made, I was like, oh, this is awful. I know the next piece I made, I was like, oh, this is 100 times better than the last piece, but it's still awful. And so that was like my growth pattern, was like, how do I put the time in so that I can grow but still make a living? And that's where it was like, that was like the impetus.
So that was like the energy of that was created by having this vessel that carried it on through business and stuff. It wasn't just you in your garage anymore.
Right, that I was willing to do, that we were willing to do whatever it took to make it succeed.
Yeah.
There was no option to fail.
Yeah, but I think I'm sure you guys could probably both agree with this. When you step back and analyze a lot of the people that have made it through life, like Tony Hawk, Kelly Slater, and stuff,
dude, I'm saying
they're
like
so
Stacey
driven.
Peralta, like Tony Alva,
Stacey. There's nothing that stands in front of it where it just does. Like someone's like, "Oh man, dude, it's crazy how much you overcame," and they're like, "Oh, I didn't even look back yet."
We were just
I guess you're right. Like,
that's what I'm trying to say. You guys were just,
it's so natural. Like, and as time goes by, especially as like the great filter of glass blowing goes through, and we see people come and go, and you learn to appreciate those kinds of things. Where it's like, man, like what is it that has made me just stick onto this for so long? Like when you step back and look at it, you're like, I have gone through some crazy shit, but I have still stuck with it. And it's something that is just unexplainable. Like, it's not like a brilliance thing or anything. It's just something that you're just like, you're made to do it. And it's like, you're just automatically doing it, and sometimes it's conversations like these where you step back and you go like, wow, okay, like that was where things were starting to grow in on me. But okay, so just to move, if you don't mind if I'm moving on a little.
Wait, I wanted to bring it back. I wanted to bring it back. I wanted to start off where.
Yeah, all right, yeah.
Yo, and before we get started, I wanted to say something to you. Did you just get this Dollywood shirt?
Oh yeah, dude. James just got back from there.
You support the fuck out of her, dude. And I had to
love her, dude.
Yeah, I know.
Love Dolly Parton.
You obviously are like sitting there on your phone late night ordering shirts online.
James got me this for my birthday present. He was just out there.
Great
Yeah, he's
shirt.
like, I got you this. I'm like, awesome, man.
You're a fucking huge Dolly fan, dude. Like Dolly Parton specifically.
One of the best human beings, man. She's done so many altruistic things, and when you watch a documentary on her life, you're like, she has just been battered and battered and battered, and she just takes it with a smile.
Yes, dude. Well, it's kind of
so
stuck.
many opportunities.
The smile is stuck though, like that. I think.
Oh, that is mean. That is mean.
No, but it is. I'm telling you, she can't not smile.
No, I know. You're right.
It's like fixed.
Right.
It's like fixed that way, surgically. I'm being serious. I'm being honest. Like I've never not seen her not smile either.
Yeah, man. Because she's a wonderful human.
Great shirt. I had to bring it up. Not sponsored. Much love, though, Dolly Parton. I had to bring it up.
Out Dolly Parton. Shout out Dolly.
Give us the rundown, Josh. We're gonna back up and we're gonna let you like start the. There's 13 people in here right now. give us the history. Who are you? Where did you come from? And what's your background like before glass, and what got you into glass?
Well, I'm going to zip right through it, all right?
You take as much time as you want, as little time as you want, and if we ask you a question, we're going to ask you a question. So be looking for the green ring to light up mid-talk.
So I grew up in a suburb of Chicago, Joliet, Illinois, and I was an athlete. I didn't have much art background, but where I grew up, that was the thing you did. You know, they like farmed athletes, whether it was basketball or football or baseball. I played baseball. I was a left-handed pitcher, and that was like my life's goal, was to like be a professional athlete. I played high school ball, I played college ball, I played minor league baseball. I ended up getting injured by a hit pitch that came back and hit me in the temple and impacted my cheekbone and fractured my orbital. So I had a big surgery, and that was pretty much the end of my baseball career. At that point, I kind of started getting creative. I was making like hemp jewelry and buying beads at the bead shows and bead shops and at the African Arts Fest, and like tying jewelry with beads. And I met someone in my community who was making glass beads, and they were exquisite. Shout out to Donnie Lindstrom. And he let me come by his place and watch him. He offered to let me work, and I was like, nah, I'm too nervous. I don't want to work. I'll just watch. And he recommended I take this class at the community college, which I did. And we did little glass beads, as well as like soldering silver and setting stones and all kinds of different lost wax casting. It was a jewelry and metalsmithing class. And I would show up before class early and like make glass beads with scraps of stained glass on a hothead torch. And I would stay after class and do the same thing. And I bought a torch and a kiln and set up a studio in my folks' basement and just started making pendants and beads and chillums and spoons. And I had buddies who were on fish tour, and they would like bother the shit out of me about making stuff. And so I'd send them out with work. And I started going to shows and selling stuff along with like jewelry. And that was pretty much how I got my start in glass. I sucked in the beginning, and I didn't know how to do anything. And but I had hope, because every piece was like just a little bit better than the last one. It was still shitty, but it was just a little bit better than the last one, and I just had faith that like the next one would be better, and so forth and so on. What up, Kyle?
What kind of music was from your transition of before you met Don to like that whole point where you were saying like a lot of the culture was driving you?
Were you into fish?
Like what kind of music? Well, before like the fish and all, before fish and all that jazz, like what kind of music were like, you know, like in the beginning it was like reggae, and then it moved along, and by the time I was doing this, I got myself to fish. Like,
well, I'm glad you asked that, Kyle. Because I was into like metal, and you know, I grew up I graduated high school in '94, and so actually I was listening to some today, but I was listening to Whitesnake and Poison and Skid Row and Motley Crue, and then Metallica and Megadeth and Slayer.
So you weren't a Wook. You were not a Wook.
Sepultura and Pantera, and then was like
you were not a Wook. I want to clarify that. You were not a hippie dude.
Well, I was kind of a hippie dude.
You just
at
smoked
one
weed,
point.
Maybe, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
But
I did.
That doesn't make you a hippie. You just smoked weed and you listened to metal and you played sports. That's what we're asking.
Yes.
So
yep.
so what? So
yeah, I had long hair.
Okay. So you had some cultural influence though into pipes.
Sure.
When did you first see a pipe?
It was that cat Don Lindstrom, and I bought it from a homie who had bought it from him and like made money off of me. And it was a spoon. It was fumed with gold and silver. It had like the wave of color from like white to blue to green to red to orange, like the whole. I wish I still had that thing, but I didn't.
That was the first time you had seen a pipe. Like Illinois at that time, I'm sure was very, very weird on pipes and shit.
There was. We used to go to Sight and Sounds, which is huge now. We'd go there and like look at all their graphics shit, and we would get like dugouts and stuff. It wasn't like glass was not hip in the early days, and then it started, and it was a different time back then, man. I remember going to like some of these shows and selling out in like 10 minutes and being like, damn, I should have charged more for that. I should have charged more for that, because they were just like gone, sold.
You're saying
that's when festivals would. That's when festivals would pay glassblowers to come out to them back in the day. I remember hearing stories about that, and you're like, "Oh, I used to get paid to come out here and blow glass in Bend." And like, whoa.
Yo, you're saying later on, once you started making pipes, you would go vend them.
Yes.
At some point prior to that, did these guys that taught you and brought you up, were they not like, yo, for us to teach you, you're gonna hustle our shit?
No.
Okay, so that you never put in what did you give back originally that made you exceed farther than just them being like, yo, this dude doesn't help us pay our bills. He's not like, why the fuck is this dude here?
So, dude, literally, I just watched him maybe a couple of times, and I just bought a kiln and a torch.
Oh, okay.
And set up my own shop and just struggled. It was a struggle. There was no YouTube. There was nobody else around. I would bring him these long, skinny pieces with like a necked down and a big flared open. They were awful. My arms, like I didn't have the strength. So as I'm turning, my hands are falling apart. Every single piece was long and skinny. And I just didn't know what the hell I was doing. So I would bring my pieces to him, be like, yo, what the He's like, oh, you can't let your hands fall down. You got to keep pushing them down. I go back and, this isn't, man. He would be into frit. And so that's kind of how I got frit. And I would go.
What is frit?
Explain
that. Explain that to the people so the people here know what the fuck frit is.
Oh, God. Frit is like broken up colored chunks. And I hate to say this. I'm kind of ashamed to say this, but back in the day, I used to take my blow tube and like shove it in a cup of frit and like shake it out so the frit would land down into the blank. And I'd be blowing through that same blow. I mean, it was like, I can't believe I blew glass like that.
Yeah,
terrible.
You're saying inhaling the raw material.
Well, yeah, you'd get the blowback and you'd have like this fucking mouthful of chunks or whatever, dude. Don't do this. Like, this is not advice.
I still see.
This is what not to do.
Bro, I still see kids doing that. I still see kids doing that to this day, and I show them, leading into the next part, I show them the Zentech, which is obviously the little blow tube sticking out the cap, or even what Liz does, which is like the wide opening with the spoon pour. Something, dude. Something besides sticking your fucking blow tube into the fucking fridge jar, dude. Right? I still get on. Like, dude, we worked.
Right.
I worked.
We
in a group
mentioned
studio.
you're giving away a beginner torch click tonight.
Dude, I worked in a group studio. I worked in a group studio when I first moved here. Great guys. But there was one dude in particular who I was like, you dumb son of a bitch. I'm not even gonna clue you in. I'm gonna let you fucking just eat that shit, dude. Like, you're a bastard, dude. I'm gonna let you eat it, and I'm not gonna tell you.
It's awful. I had to learn the hard way.
Yeah, learn the hard way, motherfucker. But he was already 5 or 6 years in, and he's in a generation where that should be pretty obvious not to do that. Where like you're saying 96, obviously not obvious, dude. But looking back on it now, duh. So yeah.
I mean, that's the only way I've really learned is by seriously fucking shit up.
Yes,
and
I
think
agree.
that's how everybody should learn.
I
People
agree.
get pissed off and they think they suck because they fucked up, but that's how you learn. Fuck it up more.
Yes, I agree.
Fuck up more of them. More fuck ups.
Bro, I say that about
more.
Millie. I say that about the Millie tech, like that Millie tubing. People think that I like took a class and learned that. I taught myself that by fucking it up so hard and being like, you know what? I think if we like dial it back, we could actually make it look right, So it's like, yeah, you gotta do that sometimes. At what point in the 90s did you transition from Illinois to Florida, and why? And you live in Florida.
Oh, but hold on. I never answered Kyle's question, though.
About music. You did, metal music.
No. That's where I started. And then when I met Don Lindstrom, he turned me on to Medeski, Martin, and Wood. And he was into like African style drumming. If none of you know who Medeski, Martin, and Wood is, go look them up. They're dope. They're still one of my favorite bands today.
You have it on vinyl. I think we used to listen to it a long time ago on vinyl, right?
Jazz trio from New York. They're fucking phenomenal. You gotta get into it. And then it kind of like opened up to I think I started to listen to like Dave Matthews Band and then Fish and MMW and that whole kind of jam band scene, and that opened up all the lot scenes that weren't the Grateful Dead, that weren't Tom Petty or whoever else we would see at the local amphitheater.
Yeah, like underground.
Yeah.
It puts you into that genre of music, and hearing that music puts you into the underground. I feel the same way about working through Zen and growing up in that atmosphere, is that you guys are always trying to kind of stay a little underground, which is cool. That's like a cool thing to always be on the forefront of what will become massive. You always are kind of a part of the early on shit in the early. Spooky's saying he worked further in 98 and he saw them in Worcester in 97. Who did you see, Spooky? Who did you see that Josh just brought up? In 97. Spooky will respond here. But Josh,
when did you start doing classes? Where you were like
early on at Zen.
Like, but before that you didn't.
I had a friend in Joliet who I helped get started, but she was in that same jewelry and metalsmithing class that I took at the community college. And so I kind of helped her get started. I wouldn't call it a class. I would just call it like a homie looking out. So that goes back to the question that you asked too, Jared, was like, how did I give back? Or how did I, what was it that you asked? How did I give back in the beginning? Like I didn't have to make pipes for anybody before I can make my own or any of that.
Yeah. Like so you didn't have to come up like sweeping a shop for them as their pipe studio to make pipes.
No.
So you just ran it, dude. You just ran it.
Yep, ran it. And then had some homies that moved to Florida. And Joliet, Illinois is not the most creative town in the world. And I just felt stagnated. All my friends were kind of either getting arrested or they worked for the city or they were having kids. So I was like ready to be up. So I packed up my shit and drove down to Tampa. Huh?
Who moved out there with you to Florida? Like who the fuck was like, like who was like, Josh, you got a great idea, man. Glass blowing. Let's move to Florida.
No, like I had some homies that had already moved down there. Mark Tomac and Joe Rambo. Shout out to those two homies. And they had an apartment and they were like, yo, you can come sleep on the fucking couch or whatever. So I just packed up my shit. I had a Plymouth Laser, which is not that big. And most of the shit was my CDs, and I had a torch and a kiln and my glass, and that was about it, and drove down in September of 97. So I've been blowing glass September of 98. I've been blowing glass 2 years.
Where were you at that point?
In Tampa.
No, hustling wise. Like, had you been making money? Could you survive as a glass blower then? Or did you move to Tampa with like, I'm going to work at a Wendy's?
Yeah, no, hell no. Yeah, I was hustling, dude. I was going to shows. I was sending glass on tour. They had a mutual friend that was already down in Florida, and he was like commissioning pieces. And then they had another mutual friend that were like, yo, you could blow glass at our house. And it was like a garage. There was no windows in the garage. And I basically bought a desk at the thrift store and would like drag my desk outside to blow glass. And when I was done, I would drag the desk back inside and pack all my shit up. And that was like the first place I blew glass when I got down there.
Sweet.
Fucking crazy. I made it work.
At what point did you, around how many years in, because I'm going to ask this again, but let me be a little bit more specific. Like at what point, how many years in were you with Zen, with just establishing a studio to the point where you started doing the classes, even just like, hey, we'll do a couple classes with somebody, to the point where you guys would start like be out and like, was there ever a time where you guys were on Fish Lot handing out cards for Zen Glass Studio, come out and do a class?
Zen, when was Zen made?
When did that start happening?
When was Zen made?
Zen was made in April of 2002.
Okay, so you had been living in Florida up till then, doing what as well? Answer Kyle's question, but also answer that. Because dude, Zen hasn't started yet.
I've just been crushing it, dude.
You moved to Florida in 98. What the fuck did you do between 98 and 2002 that you were like, okay, Zen's a good idea?
I was crushing it. I was making glass. Ybor City was like a spot for me to just bring my cases down. All my friends were like tattoo artists or bartenders. I would bring my cases down and sit at the bar, and just people would be talking to me like, yo, what's up with this one? Oh, it's $30. Boom. I want to commission you. I got $500. All right, sweet. Boom. And it was just like one after another. And then I had two homies that were coming down. One was Chris Rice, CNY Glass. I don't think he's a glass blower anymore, but he sells
we know
torches.
who the fuck Chris Rice is, dude. He's the New York hustler for GTTs.
And him and another homie, Frank, were taking a class at Robert Mickelson's. And they didn't know Florida. They were like, yo, can you give us a ride to the Mickelson class? And I was like, fuck yeah, I'll give you a ride to the Mickelson class. And they flew into Orlando. And I drove from Tampa to Orlando, picked them up, and then drove to Melbourne on the East Coast and dropped them off. And Robin was like, yo, you just drove from Tampa. Do you want to hang out for this class? I was like, I don't have any glasses or anything. He's like, I got an extra pair of glasses. And so I sat in on this class. And Dave was Robin's studio assistant.
Dave is your business partner. Make that clear.
Dave Walker is my business partner. Wave Walker Glass. That's kind of how I got introduced to Dave, was that first Mickelson class. So I took that, and it was like Grawl and Assembly was pretty epic. Went back, was just blowing glass, doing shows, making a living. I worked at this pizza restaurant in Ybor and was flipping pizzas.
Joey Brooklyn's?
Just like
Joey Brooklyn's?
No, it was Market on 7th.
Okay. But you were on
Demi's
7th.
Market.
You were on 7th Ave.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And like every other job I ever got after being a glass blower, I would like tell management, I'd be like, yo, I got my own thing going on. I just want to work part-time.
Funny, dude. I told Starbucks that when I worked with your sister at Starbucks.
Without fail, it would start at part-time, and then I'd be training motherfuckers. I'd be like full-time until I was like, okay, I quit. I can't do this anymore. I'm done. Getting back to Kyle's question, Beth, you guys know Beth, right?
Borian?
Beth and John Beth?
Yeah.
She was our first student
Beth
at
who?
Zen. Her name's Beth Hutchinson.
Don't know her.
Shout out to Beth.
She did the mandala, the mandala.
The mandala, yeah.
Oh,
at
she
Zen.
painted the picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's very nice. Her and I think her husband are out towards my way. I see them every once in a blue moon.
Yep, they're up that way.
Yeah.
And she was our first student, our first paid student.
Okay, so you linked with Dave though at that class, came back to Tampa, worked the pizza restaurant, and then Dave got a slice one day, and you guys were like, "Let's start this," or what?
No, so let's see, how did it go?
Like Dave's living in fucking Melbourne, surfing and working for Mickelson and watching like all that.
As soon as we locked eyes,
I've heard the
we
story,
knew.
dude. There's like women all in there, and they're having a great time, and you're over in Tampa serving people slices and shit. What the fuck happened?
Yeah, and then so we just exchanged numbers. Dave was like he was in a band, and while we were there for the class all went to see the band play, and he was playing the didgeridoo and the lead singer. And at the time, I'm into music. I played the drums and was into jam bands, and I was like, holy fuck, this dude's awesome. Here's my number, dude. I know we don't live near each other, but, and he had been talking about moving to Tampa.
Okay.
Fast forward to 9/11, I went back to Illinois and was back living at my parents' house.
Wow, had no idea.
During 9/11. And then
I had no clue about that you moved back to Illinois from Florida. I thought you have just been there ever since. That's crazy. Go on, please.
It's a long story that I don't want to get into, but anyway, I came back. I drove all my shit. I bought a new car, drove all my shit back down, and went and stayed with Pete.
Okay.
I had met Pete. Pete had before Zen. Pete had worked for Chills. I don't know if you guys remember Chills. They were in Sarasota. They were like a tube manufacturing company.
Yeah, the plastic pieces, right?
Yeah.
But
they had
alien.
Yep, they manufactured glass too.
Oh yeah. They did like the spoons and whatnot. Yeah, I've seen.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember some of their stuff. Yeah, I was.
And so Pete used to come and like bring food just to watch me blow glass when I was in Tampa, and because I had met Pete at the gas conference in Tampa. I think it was 2000.
What gas conference was it that you went to in Washington? That's later on, right? Or Oregon? That's like later on.
Yeah, that's later on.
Okay, go on.
Yeah.
Keep going. Stay on track.
So I moved back down and lived with Pete in his garage for I didn't live in his garage, but we blew glass in the garage for 2 years or something, a year and a half. And then both Pete and I paid for a figurative workshop at Robert Mickelson's. Because Mickelson gave me a free one, I was like, I got to pay it back. So I went and bought one.
Okay.
And Dave was over there. And that could be the time when I exchanged numbers with Dave. And he said he was going to be moving over. So one thing led to another. Dave had moved over to St. Pete and hit me up and was like, yo, I'm in St. Pete. Come by. And his studio was set up in his garage. And he was cranking out spoons and chillums. And we were like, yo, let's get a shop. And that brings you up to where I was talking to you before, where we had to get a lease and power bill and all that stuff. Full circle. And Beth was our first student.
This is getting good. I gotta go get another round of coffee. I'll be right back.
We can take a break for a minute, guys. Can we take a break right here so I can get coffee too? Yo, 5-second break, y'all. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Stay tuned for more with the fabulous, the magnificent JASH Glass. Welcome back, y'all. We are here on Lerk's World.
Is the audio live?
Yeah, now we're live.
Yo. Oh, we just got done talking about some crazy shit.
It wasn't live. I had it on the transition screen.
Okay, good. We were talking about eating cornstarch.
Oh, my God.
Don't look it up, whatever you do.
I have some little bug that I just found in my room here. I'm wondering what the fuck this thing is. Aphid?
Questionable.
Anyways, though, yo, where we were at, we were just getting into the transition of your life. You're probably like what age at 2002?
26, we thought.
You're 26 years old when you started Zen. That's correct. Okay, so 26 years old. Dave's 26 too. You guys are the same age?
He's a year younger.
Okay, that's cool.
Hmm?
Man, I've seen photos of you guys back then. It's crazy to think that was 25, 26 for you. It's awesome. Dave had long hair. You had long hair. That's so cool, dude. You actually showed me a photo of you at Red Rocks with some buddies.
Yeah, with dreadlocks.
With dreads. That's what I was going to say, with dreads. Hilarious.
I was whooped. At that point, once I became a glass blower, I was a whoop.
Yeah,
sure.
That's what I'm saying. You transitioned from metal to full flex. Yeah. But even like the guy from like Rage Against the Machine had fucking dreads, I think.
Yeah.
So dreadlocks.
I've seen those guys.
Maynard, yeah, dude. Like, I mean, the guys from Slipknot, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like dreadlocks in the '90s and the early 2000s was not just only like Rasta.
Yeah, it was Korn. Like, yeah, it was across the. At that point, it was like, yeah, across
Korn.
the board.
Oh my god, dude, Korn was
They're
such
touring again, dude.
I saw those guys too. They raged.
Back on tour. They're gonna be in I think like St. Pete in like not too long.
Yo, mad love Cam. Cam's on the feed, bro. Mad love.
Hey.
Yo, so let's keep it going here. Zen Glass starts up. You have one student. What was the business plan? Like, where was your head at in the beginning? Obviously, you said just pay the bills, and I know this for a fact. You did something early on. You don't have to go into details with this, but you did this Eckerd College thing early on.
Dave did the Eckerd College thing, and that was not long after the Beth student. Gosh, I can't remember the first student's name, and then it was Joe, and Ned had been hanging around.
So what is Ned? Where does Ned come into play on that? He took a class too? Is that what you're saying, or no?
No, he didn't take a class. He just hung around. He was not a glass blower, but he hung around, and then he bought a torch, and then he was a glass blower. But that was back then, 02, 03, for sure. The business plan was kind of weird. We had a gallery space, and that's kind of like where the art part of the business really came into focus, because we had to not only fill the gallery space, but then like invite people in and sell glass out of it. And then we realized that we couldn't do it all, so then we started to bring in other types of artists, whether it was Mosaic, Sky McDonough. She did these like hand-dyed silks that we did a show for. They were amazing. We had
She's
some
like
other
college
artists.
Graduate though, where the fuck did that come into play? When did college graduates of art start fucking with you as just a guy in his garage?
No, they didn't. No, it was once we had the gallery.
Okay.
Once we had the studio in the back and the gallery up front, it was like we were gallery owners. That was 2002, 2003, and we'd have a holiday party.
What
and
location? What location was this?
This was Central Avenue.
Okay, you had a Central Avenue studio prior to having the studio where Butters worked.
That was not Central Avenue. That was 9th Street.
No, I'm saying, but the Central Avenue studio happened prior to all that, too.
Yeah.
That's wild. I had no idea that there was a studio on Central Avenue. Where was it on Central?
Grand Central District, 2321.
So it's 23rd and Central. I'm trying to think, like, what that's like the Berg is right there and shit, right? Like the building.
No, the Berg's at 16th. Now there's some dog bar there. There's a brand new brewery that opened up across the street.
Oh, okay. So it's more up near like Beer Taco and shit.
Yeah, a little more down.
Like I'm trying to picture the building that this shit's in, dude. Like what kind of a fucking building in Central Avenue of downtown St. Pete?
It was just like a little retail space, dude.
Yeah.
It was like 1,200 square feet. We had a gallery, our studio, shipping, office, bathroom, everything inside. I mean, it was tiny. And when we first moved in, rent was like $550, and within 2 years, it was at like $950, and we're like, all right, we out. And that's when we got the 9th Street spot.
And not to talk too much here, but you had on this topic specifically, but you had a studio together with Dave in a spot in like Southside St. Pete in a house, right? That you were also kind of like teaching out of too, or no?
Yep.
That's
doing
prior
the
to
Eckerd
Central.
stuff.
Prior to Central.
That was after Central.
Okay, so Central, and then you guys scooped this crib, or was it already at someone's crib that lived there? Like Dave lived there or some shit?
We just were renting.
Okay.
We rented it. Yeah, so it went from Central to the crib and then to the 9th Street. That's what it was. And it was a beautiful house on the south side, right on the water. It was amazing.
Coquina Key.
Huh?
Coquina Key?
No, south of that.
Okay, even more south. Wow, okay, like Pink Streets.
But not that far south.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool area back there.
It was amazing. But it was tough to have a business in a house. You know, we Blue Glass, the studio was in the garage. So it was tough. But we made it work, of course, like we always do.
Kyle, bring in your question about Zen specifically, please. Like, now that we're here, you were saying, at what point did you actually start teaching classes? I know Beth was the first.
Well, I had a different question. So you left that one spot on Central because they bumped the rent up, but I know that other spot on 9th had to have been more, but you got way more space, I'd imagine, than the other spot on Central, right? So it was like way more worth it, right?
Right.
And then you guys had the whole like backyard area there and whatnot.
Yeah, and then we had those 3 spots where we do the holiday party, you know, like we did art openings with other visual artists. And ceramic artists. Now, kind of like, can you like lay out how that shop looked like? It had like a front area. Did it have an upstairs or anything like that? I don't think it had an upstairs, right? Like a second level.
You're talking about the Central location right now, Kyle?
No, I'm talking about the 9th Street location.
Okay, you've been there before, right?
Yeah, but everybody else that's listening hasn't.
No, I'm saying, were you ever there when it was Zen?
Yeah, that's where Josh and I met. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he was caveman back then.
Oh my God. I can't believe you just
dropped
he was known
that
as,
like that. He was known as caveman.
Can't believe he just pulled that out of there, dude. Kyle's got a record on that. There's people looking for him still, dude.
That? You want to edit it out or something?
My complexion is getting a little bit sunburned right
There's
now.
people looking for him.
Why's your face all red, Kyle? What's up with that?
He has warrants out under that name. Lot warrants, dude. People on lot are like, caveman still owes me one freaking baggie of
Damn, Solo's caveman motherfucker owes me money.
Ladies, let's take it easy.
All right, sorry, buddy.
I was saying something like a bag of tea in trade for a chillum at one point or something like that. Okay, so paint the picture. I get what you're saying now. You're trying to get him to paint the picture
of how that looked.
Yeah, like your first real studio after Central Avenue and being in a retail space, and then going to a house and being like, you know what, we've done the 2. We need to merge them and have them where it's like more studio, and we're like, because obviously I've been to that 9th Street one too. I hate to be rude, but the gallery was not. It wasn't like now. Now you're like a gallery. Then it was like an office, right?
No, the gallery was in C.
Studio it was in another building?
Yeah, we had A, B, and C.
I only ever saw your main strip on the end.
Oh, we had 3 spots there.
Wow.
A, B, and C. And the gallery was in C.
Very cool.
So yeah, A just had like the office right when you walked in to the right, and then if you turned to the left, it was just bench spaces all the way down the wall. And we got inspired for that setup from the Seattle Gas Conference. We went to Gasworks Park, and they had all these fans right down in a row, all the way down the whole warehouse.
What was the address for the 9th Street?
900.
Okay, cool.
It's like right there in the butthole of Roser Park.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just trying to pull it up real quick. Just so
and all those fans are still there. It's crazy how you can see Zen Glass's development over 20 years and go back to it still. Like, that blows my mind. They haven't repaired that. They haven't filled that in. It's still strips of fans, and you're like, dude, this is like the skeleton of a glass studio sitting here still.
Yep.
So weird to me that the city doesn't like, but it's that part of the neighborhood where it's like you think about it afterwards, you're like, well, I guess they wouldn't have done anything like that because the city doesn't give a fuck about half that block over there, dude.
Well, the landlord there is like a big-time slumlord.
Kyle, are you in the midst of something here? Research?
Yeah. I'm pulling it up on Google Maps so I can share the screen with it so I can kind of show everybody. Is that cool? Can I share the screen for this?
Link it to me, and I'll like just drop it in the comments of Discord, and I'll pull it up on my. I have a separate window here that I can pull up.
Okay. Yeah. I'll just pull it up real quick. Yeah, because just so people can kind of get a vibe of like what's there, you know. There you go.
Hold on a second.
But it was a cool spot, and that was the first time I met you, you know. And okay, so when you had the 9th Street studio, when did you like? Was that the whole transition when you guys? And I'm not trying to jump ahead, but just this question that's been lingering this whole time between us. You know, was the transition from the 9th Street studio to the studio you're in right now, was that to the point where you're like, okay, we're going to open it up to the public and do classes? But you guys were doing classes like that before at the 9th Street one, no?
Yep.
Okay. So I guess what I was saying before was, at what point on lot or like fish shows and whatnot, because I assume you're still going to them at that time, right? Like, at what point were you like God. Coming at it like with the approach of being like, all right, we're gonna have like this box set up. This is like, we always use this. Now we're just gonna make sure we have all of this stuff in a box. We're gonna bring our cards. We're gonna promote the classes and whatnot. Like, at what point did you start doing that?
Here it is, guys. I just pulled it up for you. Sorry to interrupt you there. There it is. It's you'll see it, Kyle, here in a second. Keep going.
Did you ever get to that point? Like, at what point did that start happening where it's like the approach you were coming at lot became more like polished?
For us, it was kind of like a separate gig, you know, like if we were going on fish tour or whatever, we weren't really promoting the classes. The classes were, it was,
look at this guy.
well, we had like,
oh, that's hilarious.
The Eckerd College thing going on, which kind of generated its own momentum. We would sometimes bring cases down to Janus Landing. I think that's still if you zoom in on the door, go back to the front door, I think it's still our paint job says 900A on.
Bro, it's so funny because it still has the metal. It still has the metal grate too. It still has the metal like.
Yeah.
Bro, look at the guy I'm circling right now, dude. Look at this fucking guy, dude.
Is he taking a shit out there?
Yeah, it's just classic St. Pete shit, bro. It's classic St. Pete as fuck, dude. Like,
it's great.
Yo,
dude,
and then
so that was the first
bro.
space. Those double doors were the second, and then we had another space
900A, 900A. There's the Zen circle. I'm circling it. Okay,
yeah.
Bro, very clearly, I'm telling you. What does it say on the thing? Okay,
there's all the fans.
Bro, you know what was fire here was that crab shack across the street.
Yeah, they're still there.
House. Right
it's
here.
Still fire.
Yeah, this crab house right here. This spot is insane, yo. I'm showing everybody the block. Yo, I had a house too. I actually had a house that I rented, and I don't know if you remember meeting me, but you met me. Probably I was like in my senior year of high school, and my brother invited my whole class to come through. I probably didn't tell you at all though, because that's my fucking brother's like attitude on shit though. But we just showed up as like a school, dude. And
yeah, I remember you.
Okay, cool. Yeah. This is
you had like tattoos in high school. I was like, damn, kids are different nowadays.
Yeah, well, I was yadded in high school.
Big fucking tattoo in high school.
Oh shit. Yeah, dude. There was some dude, high school was wild, dude. But that being said, yeah, I was a different generation, I guess. Yo, and then who lived here? Someone lived here, right? Or no, that was a different time. Or like, when did Joe start when did you start? You did something, like you did a transition, and it was like artist residency program is what you were doing. I remember that's what you guys called it. But was that that's now where you stay only? That never happened prior to then.
Mm-mm.
Okay, so
yeah, when we first moved to the current space, Joe helped us move. IO Glass, shout out to Joe. He helped us move all the shit. It was Dave, me, and Joe just moving everything over to the new spot. And at the new spot, there was in the back room was Joe's apartment. Before there was set up for classes, before there was any torches back there, it was Joe's apartment.
So, but that was Joe lived there?
Yeah.
I'm saying Joe lived there, and then you moved in, or you moved in and you were like, well,
no, he helped us move in.
And you were like, yo, we'll give you this artist residency thing. You're kind of like a security guard in the middle of the night, so we know what's going on, kind of shit, you know?
Yeah.
I'm asking. Yep. Okay. That's what I thought.
Yep.
That's what I thought.
But to speak to Kyle's question about classes and how we were promoting them and when that all started,
because that's a huge undertaking. And can I add a little bit onto that so it might help a little? Is like, what was that like when you guys decided to be like, okay, we're gonna start doing like an hour or like a 2-hour class for like this price. We're gonna do this. Like, what was that process like? Like that's a really like in-depth perspective. Not a lot of glass blowers get to approach. You know what I mean? And like, what was it like for you guys? Like, what did you guys talk about? Like insurance and all that other kind of things. Like,
yeah, well, I mean, we had to have the insurance. That was like there the whole time. But that's what I was trying to get at in my answer to the question. It was like there was like the 1 hour workshop was targeting people that we did not rub elbows with. And the goal from the get-go was to target those people. It was not to target people on lot. It was not to target wooks. It was not to target stoners. It was to target people who just may want to try their hand.
Great call.
And it's still serving us.
No, that's what you do. And Kyle and I spoke about this. Kyle, you and I talked about this recently because Kyle and I watched you guys transition from like the 5 to 6 year plan into, okay, this is a new generation. Maybe we should try to dive into this, and then realize that's not what we ever wanted to fuck with to begin with.
Yeah, because at some point you have to kind of
Do you agree with me, Kyle? Do you agree with me on this? Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, you guys had an idea, and then our generation came in, and you were like, well, maybe we should try to dive in at that group of people, and then now you're back on to the original plan, and it's never served you better. It's the best plan you've ever had.
So
dead air.
But okay, but back to kind of like, just I hate to keep going back onto this because like that's an undertaking, man. That's a lot larger than I feel like that. I don't know, like, so explain it to like someone like me, and like, hey, like this is what we did, and so like what kind of precautions did you take or anything like that? Like did you guys sit down and be like, how are we gonna do this, or did you
no?
Like,
I think Dave. I think Dave.
Like,
I think you need to lay that out.
Did you ever like get in on like some flyers at any places like hotels?
Of course he did. Of course he did. Josh did.
Well,
of course.
I know that. I don't know that. I want to know that.
I agree. I want to know that, and I want to know at what point you realize that very clearly Dave is the guy. Like, it's obvious, dude. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not being an asshole. I'm being fucking honest here. Dave is the guy who's like running the books. And you're the guy who's like promoting the front end side of it. Like, you are the face in the way of like talking to people, communicating, bringing faces in. I'd have never seen Dave necessarily. I've seen Dave do that, but I don't see your company as Dave being that guy. I see Dave as like kind of like the back end, like talking with the accountant and shit, and doing the bookkeeping side of it. When I see you being the forefront of the promotional value of the business. Am I wrong to say that?
No, there's definitely a division of labor, and we've just kind of worked our way through it from back when to now.
Back when, what happened where you were like, you know what, Dave, line in the sand here. Kyle's asking this too, I think, is like at what point did you start promoting your business as a business to people who had no fucking clue who you were, and who were you then at that point?
Well, I think it started back on Central Avenue when we had the gallery.
Okay, Central Avenue is what started it.
That was like the start of everything.
Was your disappearance from Central Avenue to that house in the fucking Pink Streets area, like South St. Pete, and then back to 9th? Like, how did that disappear? Did you fall off?
Yeah, we just did more of the, like I was trying to say, we did a lot of like boots on the ground shit, where we would do like Circus McGurkus. We started doing the Saturday morning market.
Oh my God, I can't remember. Dude, that's so crazy, dude. I remember that shit.
We would bring cases down and sit out front of Janice Landing.
Oh my God, dude. I remember seeing you guys at shows when I was like 16 at like Real Big Fish and Catch 22 and bullshit like that. And you guys are selling like hemp braided necklaces with like beads and shit in it and stuff like that.
It was like boots on the ground because we didn't have a retail spot. So we just like went out, we brought it to the people.
And in the midst of it, Kyle, is this answering your question here too? In the midst of it, you were promoting the business?
Yeah.
So you were like, maybe like someone's there, buys a fucking puka shell necklace and is like, yo, how can I get into this?
Right. I want to learn how to do this. Here's our card. Hit us up.
Okay. And at that point,
more or less what I'm saying is like the card.
Yes.
At what point did you guys like, all right, let's get a Zen card, and like,
was it called Zen Glass?
I know like on the beaches, there's like a little blurb that you guys have, or it's somewhere, I can't remember where it is, but there was a little blurb of, try glass blowing.
Never saw that.
Like, yeah, I can't remember exactly where I saw it. You saw that in
Indian Rocks, Kyle? You saw that in Indian Rocks?
It might have been. I would think it was like on like the beach things of like what to do,
like the Gabber, like the Gabber.
It was like a small spot, and But I was like, holy shit, man, this is brilliant, man. I can't believe they got in on this.
How old were you, Kyle, when you saw this shit?
Oh, I can't remember.
Were you in glass when you saw this shit, or did this get you to get into
glass? I mean, I don't know. I got into glass fairly young, but I mean, I didn't really. I couldn't really tell you. But
I'm telling you, I saw Zen. I'm asking you, Kyle.Id you see Zen Glass promotion, and did it get you inspired to blow glass? I'm asking. Or were you already into it?
That's not what did it. That's not what did it. I was blowing glass before I met Josh.
I'm telling you, I saw Zen Glass, and I was like, yo, this is the fucking crack rock of the art world, dude. I'm up in this shit.
Yeah, I found out about Zen from the guy that I was learning how to do glass with.
Cool. I saw it in high school and was like, yo, fuck all my other shit. This seems like something I could dive into.
But I guess what I'm asking is like, when did you start doing steps like that? You know,
Kyle,
stickers and stuff?
My folks owned a print shop.
Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot about that.
I grew up in a print shop, and I literally copied so many things. I'm not going to get into it because it's probably illegal. But I used to copy whole books. I would copy record covers. I would make flyers for parties and then copy the shit out of them. I'd draw up little logos and I had my own business card when I first started blowing glass. It was just something that I did all the time. And my
one of those things, man. You know,
my folks they played a huge role in that because we could get all of it done for very basically cost. And it was banners, it was flyers, it was posters, it was trifold.
You're saying this is prior to glass. Prior to glass, you were doing this.
No, this was glass. Prior to glass, I was just kind of doing my own thing.
You didn't work for them. You didn't work for them prior to glass is what I'm asking.
Yes.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so you did professionally.
So you had an idea. So dude, that makes even more sense to me as to, and I don't want to be an asshole and be on this, but this is, I'm telling you, for the 10 years I've known you and hard known you, I have always seen Dave as someone who is not the digital or the printed artist of your business. You are. You are the one that runs the print job. You are the one that puts the flyer in Daddy Cool Records. You are the one that hits the block with the shit. And Dave's
I would walk Central Avenue and tape posters up because I knew everybody. I would tape a poster up in the window of Daddy Cool. I'd tape a poster up in the window of the Jewelry Rock Shop. I'd tape a poster up all the way down the whole block, so when people were walking, they would see poster after poster.
Yes, Lost Dog shit. I feel I've seen it grown up.
That's the jam.
But I'm saying your background. Yeah, your background in print work. Did that help you obviously have the insight to do that with your own business is what I'm asking.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Man, that's such a unique position too, because that itself is it's a hurdle for a lot of people to do, is just get a sticker. When it's you could just go online and just do it, you know what I mean? But since you're already so versed with it, it's naturally, of course, I would just do this.
Yes.
But for a lot of people, it's that's a hurdle. They're
100%.
Finally did this, and it's accomplishment, but it's
it's second nature. It's second nature to the man, dude.
Yeah.
Bro, very clearly, when I met Josh and Dave, it was very short passing when I was with my class, but the class that I was with was my commercial arts class, and Mr. Jewell was my teacher in that class. Mr. Jewell, dude, was with us at Zen, dude.
What about Mr. Jewell?
That was my teacher who we went to on that field trip with to your studio when I was in high school.
Uh-huh.
But he's just between Kyle and I, he's just like a living legend in our lives. The dude is a living legend, bro. Seriously, So it's what I'm saying is he
next level.
The class that I took with him was commercial arts, which was printmaking and sign banners and vinyl cutting and the early days of Photoshop. I'm talking CS2, Photoshop, Suite 2, Photoshop Suite 3, early days of that shit was when I took the field trip and visited your studio in Roser Park Hood. So it's cool to kind of hear that. I'm telling you, my influence on my glass and my business, and when Kyle and I talk and I'm yo, this is what I want to run, this is the idea I have, that all stems from my history in printmaking and vinyl work and design and all that shit. So I have that same mindset because I also was raised in that. And what was the program that I took? It was basically P-Tech, but for high school kids. And it was called VOED. It was a vocational education center, and we would take a bus in the middle of high school and go to a different campus for two periods. Kyle's high school did this too. Largo High did this too. Largo High students were in our class, which is crazy, bro. You could have taken Mr. Jules' class.
Rub my face in it like that.
Oh my God, that's even crazier, dude.
Holy
fuck. I just thought about that, dude. You could have taken the class. Wow.
Yeah.
So yeah. Like long story short though, I can't give you more props on that, dude, to have. And Kyle, this is also where I come back. You brought this up earlier. This is like skateboarding. The dude had no idea what he was doing, but he knew that if he just kept doing his thing and like something would happen. And now you look back on it and you're like, dude, we were the front runners of that shit. We were the one that put that on the map. You, Josh, you were the one that put that on the map. Glass-wise in St. Pete, to do it the way you do it professionally, you were in the starting generation of putting that on the map. What I'm telling you is that mindset to intuitively bring your educational values professionally. Like you didn't graduate high school and go 2 times 2 is fucking this and 8 times 7 is 56, and you literally came out of high school going, okay, I already have worked for my parents. I see my parents on their come up, and I know how to kind of do this. Maybe I can implement this shit into my toolbox and make it in my future, like make it happen in my future. And that's what you've been doing all along.
Sure.
That's a great way to, dude, most people don't have that mindset. Most people graduate high school and are like, I need to figure out what I need to do. And then it fails and they're like, well, I'll take up this shit.
So you're at the 9th Street studio, and before you move there, I want to ask you a couple things. Something that I have a bit of insight in with Zen is you guys would procure different contracts with different companies here and there, and I imagine the open door for that was the classes that you guys were doing with your goal that you were saying earlier. So were there any particular like things that you landed, kind of like the candy dishes, which we don't have to go into the candy dishes till afterwards when we get to the next spot, but pre-candy dishes,
which everyone
hear about pre-candy dishes though, was there anything else that you guys were doing? You're like, yeah, like we procured like a couple pieces for like a hotel or something like that like you felt like was a really like solidifying like feeling for Zen.
I think he needs to let people know what they actually do besides teach classes. They don't know that yet.
Yeah. Because there's other things that you guys are doing behind the scenes.
Yeah, like what was the hustle from day one to now? Like not now, but we know now. But what was the hustle early on? Is that what you're asking? Like it was classes.
Yeah, because you guys were doing sort of like installations.
In 2002, were you?
Street, right?
I'm asking. In 2002, were you?
There was like a Rozier Park Arts Festival, and we did some pieces that hung over the canal there.
Flowers?
Yep.
So you guys did the flowers back then?
Yep.
Were those some of your first in like wall installations for like a house or something?
No, that was the flowers were like painted, not the flowers you're thinking of that were just white.
Okay. Well, I mean, with the like you talking about like antique kind of?
Yeah. There was an art show in Tampa. Damn, I can't remember the name of the art show, but it was like hip, and they like went into this abandoned warehouse and like set it all up. I cannot remember the name of it, but we did some. The theme of the show was illumination, so we made these lit up glass pieces.
Ooh, cool. Did they sell
those flower pieces? And then Christian. We rented Christian that middle spot, and he was doing his metalworking in there, and we started to do some those metal and glass flowers, I think that you're talking about, Kyle, that were like frosted, but they were like nestled in the metal. Like
well, those and also the ones that like had like the vines that we used to sandblast, and
he's
then
saying
like
the ones we used to make for you. He's saying the ones we used to make for you.
Yeah. Those ones.
Like the fucking classic one that you make now where we like made you parts and you would assemble them together. He's asking, did you make like wall hangers like that back then?
Were those some of your like installations that you were doing back in 9th Street? That style?
Not so
like,
much.
Like were you doing wine glasses at 9th Street?
We had started to, yeah. Yep.
So, and you were offering classes on that? Or were you just making them and selling them?
Both.
Okay.
So you brought up... Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I'm about to throw a big stick in the spokes.
Yo, did Christian make your metal door?
Yes, it's still up there according to
it's still
your
up. I'm just making
picture.
sure. That was Christian that did that. My brother.
Yeah,
okay. Sorry, go on. I gotta say something too about
that. That's to lead into what I was just about to say. So you brought up something really important, which was Christian. So at what point did you guys meet Christian and decide to be like, you know what? Did he start? Was he blowing glass when he was doing the metalworking stuff? And like, who is Christian? Like, I guess tell people who Christian is.
I met him with my brother before I ever blew glass at a Third Thursday that you guys had done, and he was flame working.
Wild.
And I was
he had moved Christian Zvonik, Zvonik. I think he's C Zvonik on Instagram. He had moved to St. Pete from Seattle, and he had worked for some really well-known glass artists in Seattle. David Bennett is one of them. He made these giant horse heads for David Bennett, or with David Bennett. He made these like metal parts to these human figures out of glass for David Bennett. And I guess he had been to a couple of the glass shops in town and nobody wanted to give him the time of day. And he walked into Zen on 900 and we were like, hey, what's up? We introduced ourselves to him. We welcomed him in. And he was like, you know, nobody else has talked to me, but you guys are like totally welcoming. This is awesome.
Yeah.
And that was like the start of it. And he needed a space to do his metal in, and so we rented him out the middle space, and he just was cranking metal. We didn't have a hot shop. I guess he started to do a little torch working, but it was not his forte. He was definitely a hot shop guy. And we
over at Duncan's a long time ago, when he was doing a show with him or something like that. Yeah, a little. I think I actually met him a little before I met you guys. Oddly enough, I think maybe. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
But that's kind of where we started doing those mixed media pieces, and it definitely gave us. It kind of like turned our heads a little bit into like, oh, we can do some stuff like this and that, and now we can add this aspect to our pieces, which was pretty awesome.
Yeah, I want to pull up. While you guys are sitting here, I'm gonna pull up. Like maybe your website. Does your website have any of like the cross collaborative pieces? I know you guys did like soft glass and Boro pieces. Do you have photos of this on your is your website updated?
I believe so. Yeah, if you go to custom design installations, I believe pictures of.
Yo, my brother used to tell me all the time about how like crackheads and shit would come up and bother you guys on 9th there, like in the middle of the night when the guys were working and shit, and that like that metal door kept the fucking trouble out, dude. Like that was like the heat move was to work late nights when you're young and shit, and like keep the riffraff out of the building, you know.
Well, plus it's Florida and it's fucking hot here, so yeah.
You got to keep the door open, but you can't have a bunch of freaking hoodlums crawling up in on you in the middle of the night.
Yeah, because that was the only air that was the makeup air, right?
Yes,
that door.
Yeah, exactly.
So we had to have it open.
Okay, so I'm on your
Kyle,
website
what else
now.
was there? You asked me some other shit, Kyle. What else was there?
Oh man.
I'm on your website right now. I don't know where to look at. Like, you don't have a gallery.
Go up to the top bar, menu bar.
Yes.
Custom design.
And then click what?
Installations.
You have custom awards, glass memorials, commercial design, residential.
Yeah, either of those two. Try.
Okay.
I'm in the midst of updating all this stuff too.
We were totally talking about some art installations.
Oh, here's a good one. This is a great one. This is Christian and you guys. This is a great one, bro. Oh man, the picture. Okay, here. Yeah, this is an excellent one. Can you see this?
I will be right back.
Can you see this on YouTube?
I just see the homepage.
It's about to go through. This piece is impressive as hell, and I know this is like fairly recent. This is probably like 2015, maybe 2016 when you made this, maybe even 2014.
Yeah.
This thing is heat. This is Christian and you.
Yep, and Dave. Yep.
And Dave. Great piece, dude.
Yeah, it's 12 feet tall by 4 feet across. Each flower is nestled in like a metal sleeve with a LED light in it, so each flower is like lit fiber optically. The client requested like a cardinal, so I don't know if you can see it in that picture.
Yeah, you can see it. It's tucked. It's tucked right here.
tiny little red cardinal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very proud of that piece.
Yeah, you should be. This one's nuts. Photo looks great too, and I love the reflection. I'm a huge fan of reflection. Like that's why I like Chihuly is not necessarily the chandeliers themselves, but like what they give off. You know?
Well, that reflection is magic, dude.
Yes,
it's not there. It's just magical. I love it. I'm right there with you.
I love that. It's my favorite.
Yeah, that's the spirit of the glass, dude. Like floating there in the air.
Dude, I came across how long ago did you guys make that?
2015, 2014.
Dude, I came across a picture of when you guys were piecing that together in my phone from a while ago. That's so funny, man.
It's crazy.
Cool.
It's crazy to see the development of three guys, because I know Christian doesn't work with you guys anymore, but the development that you guys had transitioning from 9th Street into now. You're getting feedback on your side there. It's no big deal though.
Me?
Yeah, it's no biggie. It's just echoing on my side. I can hear it through. But dude, it's just crazy to me to see you have so much diversity in your income, but you're someone who you guys are also very, very good at being like, this is not working. Let's get the fuck out of here, dude. You have to be able to do that. You have to be willing to do that. Where what I'm telling you is a lot of people in our industry of glass that primarily make pipes, they don't know when to be like, this ain't worth my time.
Yeah.
If they're making $1 and they can buy a fucking cheeseburger at the end of the night, they'll keep making that same $1 until their fingernails are falling off. Where I've always been someone, and I think this is why I connect with Zen so hard, is that I'm always someone who's like, that ain't worth my time. Let's move the fuck on to a new thing, you know? And you have to have that mentality of like, I ain't shit. Let's move the fuck on to be something. To actually be like recognized and like known in a city, you can't just sit there and be like some stubborn old bastard and fucking keep doing the wrong thing and expect people to want to fuck with you.
Right.
So,
well, I think we touched on it too a little bit earlier. You were like, all the different things that you have to do. I look at them like tentacles, right? Whereas like some tentacles, they don't get fed much, so they're all wiry and skinny, and some of them are like fat and strong as fuck. And you have to have tentacles because you can't just, well, personally, I can't just rely on like one thing to feed me, both physically, mentally, spiritually, financially. I have to rely on all these tentacles that feed me. And that's something that we've, both of you guys know. There isn't just one thing that we have all our eggs in one basket. It's like, there's tentacles. There's layers to this shit. And I think it's hard too. Personally, something that I struggle with is like my own personal art. Is like I have a calendar, I have a schedule for all this stuff that's happening at the studio. But what's missing on that calendar is me getting in the zone and creating my own personal art, whether it's Marini or whether it's figurative sculpture or whatever it is. That's not on the schedule. That's not on the calendar. So for me, that's something I'm struggling with currently to like, how do I incorporate that into my practice daily?
How do you? Do you have an answer to that?
No, I got to put it on the schedule. That's my answer.
Okay. And that's something you struggled with since starting a business.
Sure.
Before that, your technical skills sucked.
Right.
So by having this business and having the foundation, you now are better at blowing glass. Now you just have to find time to do it for yourself.
Well, make time, yeah.
Make time. Okay, make time. And you got kids and a wife and all this other shit.
Yeah, I was just about to get there. The one thing that takes over all time as dominance is family, and that was what I was kind of trying to lead into. Like,
were you?
I'm having a daughter, since I'm having a little girl in November. What was that like?
Raina Monet, right? Monet, right in the middle.
I think we might end up going with that, honestly. You laugh it up.
I love it, baby. That's what I said. I said Monet.
Yeah,
I was like, that's Bob Weir's daughter's name. That's a beautiful name. Let's run it, dude.
Yeah, you want to be like the best father you can. You don't want to be absent. You want to be there.
That's awesome. You said that too. That's awesome. You said that too, Kyle. You can keep going. I don't want to interrupt, but very clearly, you've always kept your kids in the studio, but you've never forced them to blow glass.
No.
That is the best mindset to have, dude. Is do whatever the fuck you want to do, kid. But I'm gonna keep you around this attitude to at least give you something to inspire to be on your own. Do something on your fucking own, dude.
Well, growing up in the print shop.
Yes.
My folks, it just was there. You got to be there. And Olivia is like an employee on Saturdays. Like Olivia comes in on Saturday. That's Dave's daughter. Olivia comes in on Saturdays and she's answering the phone, getting people checked in.
How old is she, bro?
I'm like, yes, I'm so grateful that she's there because otherwise we get slammed and weeded and it's like we need a front person and Olivia's up there doing it. And
I just remember she was like 13.
That's awesome. Yeah, man.
She's older now.
She's 12, I think. She's 12.
Still?
Yeah.
I thought she was 12 then. I'm like, how can you still be 12, dude?
Crazy.
Crazy. Man, that's cool. So, what was that like to have your first kid and have the studio that you're putting everything into? Were things going good for Zen at that time?
Or did you just happen to get pregnant?
What was that like in your life? Because
were you preparing for a kid, or did it happen and you were like, oh shit, one more thing in the pile, here we go?
Here we go. Well, Farron was born while we were at 900.
And obviously at that time you weren't thinking this is the end. 900 is great. We love it here.
Oh no, hell. The whole time we were like, we need to get the fuck out of here. Like I said, the landlord was not good, so we were looking to get out. And
but you were in a good enough area where you
can we move on to I don't want to go over history. I want to talk about now. What about now?
We're getting to now, but it's important. It's important to understand how the struggles of the come up, dude. It's not just peaches and cream leading to success. It's like, yeah, we're gonna deal with this until we have to, and then we're gonna get the fuck out when we can.
Well, what do they say? Overnight success tastes like 15 or 20 years or something?
Yeah, exactly. And that so at what point, we'll move it forward. At what point did you get the fuck out of 9th and get this spot now where you're at, which is, it's still it's 27th and 6th South, correct? Is that what it is?
Yeah, they call it the Warehouse Arts District.
But it wasn't that. It was just a fucking warehouse district then. Yeah. And you were more or less one of the first artists to put yourself in that area.
That's right.
And did Duncan already have his shit going?
He did.
Okay, but it wasn't as developed as it is now with the nonprofit shit. Okay, exactly. No. But you are the true artist for profit. Come do business with us. We're trying to survive. We want to feed the community back into arts, but we are artists doing it for ourselves. You were the first to put yourself in that area doing that.
Right, and we just carried what we were doing already at the 900, which was the wine glasses, which was our production of the cobalt dishes, which was teaching the 15-week program, which was having the gallery and doing shows and doing the Pendapalooza and the holiday parties. And then I think you and Kyle probably had a lot to do with this, but we started bringing in bigger name artists to teach these professional level classes. We never did that before at any of the other studios.
What year did you move into that 27th Street?
I think we've been there 9 years now. So do the math. I don't know.
When we moved in, I moved in 2013, 2012.
Yeah, it's 2021, 9 years. So yeah. 2012.
Okay, but when I first got there, I remember coming in there and it literally being, because I had gone to the 900th location like maybe 6 months prior to visiting Zen for the first time. I had gone there as a student in high school just visiting it. And then when I went to go seek you guys out, I was like, wow, this place is shut down now. Where the fuck are they? And then I saw that you were moved. I remember going there, Joe answering the door, and at that point, you were offering an Eckerd College program, but the studio was very, very it was hard to get in there as a customer. Most of your business at that time was Saturday morning market. Shit like that. That's what I remember you doing then. was there a transition time where you were like, yo, we're shutting down classes, we're shutting this shit down, and we're gonna focus on just like getting the money up for this new location? Or did you literally like I don't remember you offering classes right from the get-go. I remember you moved in that studio and you had to kind of get it set up to offer classes.
Because that's a big jump. That's a big goal to jump.
And it was a huge jump in the way of the facility. The facility
it's like what prioritized at that point to like this is what we want to do, and this is how we got to do it. We're gonna do it like right now.
Yeah, we had the bench spaces up front right away. You know, and we were doing the 1 hour workshops, the wine glass workshops at the old location, but people were like scared to get out of their cars. They did not want to come inside to the 9th Street space. So the new space offered us that opportunity, like I was saying, to like bring people in that we don't normally rub elbows. And we took advantage of it. We like wanted to make sure that was like a part of what we're doing, along with all the other things.
You knew that. You're like, okay, like this is the problem. This is what's holding us back. Like there's definitely something, like there's such a good potential here. So let's take the risk, get the gold, and like let's take on whatever debt we have to do and pay off whatever we do, and let's just get over there because we know that there's going to be a good turnover with that. Like,
okay, Kyle, I get what you're saying. You came into it already knowing there was money on the floor. You just needed to put it in a position where you could make it better, and people weren't scared to pay you.
Yep. We could feel it. People come in and have the time of their lives.
Yes, and that's what I noticed that more and more, and that's I guess where I get that we like Kyle and I were a part of the generation where you started bringing higher name artists in. But man, even now, I told Kyle this recently. You guys are like, fuck that. That is not the hustle. That is not income. That is like making us look cool maybe, but it ain't doing shit for us as professionally or like our business or like making our business any more successful. It's just
accruing like responsibility like that and overhead like that. It really, really sinks your feet in the ground where it's like, well, we're in. Let's do
if we're gonna
do
like at that point, it
really makes it serious.
Exactly. At that point, you had to be like, yo, if we're gonna do anything, it better be making us some fucking money.
Yeah. Right.
But that's
you can't bring in an artist from the West Coast with $10,000 or $20,000 worth of their glass and have 10 spots available, and you have to sell those spots and sell their glass. Like, you can't fuck that up.
Yes.
Like, you're not going to build a brand. You're not going to build a name if you're fucking that up.
And if anything, it's taking money from you and time and gallery space. And dude, like, you could have sold wine glass classes in the 3 or 4 days of that and made more money than you paid.
But again, it's a tentacle. We could. But it's also another tentacle that this is like a part of our business. This is a facet of. There's a layer. Like I said, there's layers to this shit. And so, what you're talking about, Jared, is like realizing after running it for so many years, like this takes a lot of work, a lot of energy, a lot of focus, a lot of time, a lot of concentration, a lot of resources to run those professional level classes. Who's going to be doing that? Is someone going to come in and run all that shit? Or is it going to be Dave? Or is it going to be me? And if I'm doing that, what am I not doing?
Yeah, you're not doing exactly. Sure. So it's like, where you're at now, I feel like, and I said this to Kyle recently, I think it's so cool to see you guys, and I said this to you earlier in this chat, it's so nice to see the development of your studio. And I knew my brother worked in your 900 studio. I don't know if he worked at your Central or if he ever worked at the house, but I know he worked at that 900 location. It's so cool. And I've talked to my brother about this too. It's cool to see you guys open your doors constantly for anybody who wants it, dude. But at the end of the day, you don't change your strong hand. You constantly have the cards in your hand that you're successful on, that are going to keep your business running. You keep those producing fruit, dude, over and over again. You're not like chopping trees down, but you're always opening the door for new things, potential and stuff. It's hard to do that, but it's a blessing when you have two owners who are, and I'm not saying you guys are on two different pages, but you guys are on two different pages of your hustle and how you want to go about it, and it links perfectly.
Yeah,
like the contrasting.
19 years, guys. 19 years of doing this with Dave makes it so that we're doing something that's working.
Well, what it is neither one of you are lazy. That's what it is. I swear to God, I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
No.
I know people. No offense to and I know the homies that I'm talking about right now. They're not even fucking listening because they don't give a fuck about me or my show and shit. But very clearly, I know people who run studios right on the edge of what you guys have going on. And you look at them and you're like, wow, you guys are great business partners. You're the bookkeeper and you're the face of the social media and like the posterizing and like the production aspect of it. Like, it's so great to see it. And then you start to look at it and you're like, no. You took on like I'm going to finger paint role because you're lazy as fuck. And then the other guy is doing all the work. Where it, like, dude, ever since I've known you guys are always like, dude, Dave's not doing what you're doing. And you also don't, like, if Dave needs your help, you're also not going to help him, dude. Like, you guys are both collectively, contrastingly making success happen. It's insane because dude, that door is open for anybody. Like, anybody that has been homies for more than a couple years and has the same, like Kyle and I could do what you and Dave are doing now in our lives if we wanted to, because we both have a mutual agreement of like, yo, our family matters, our bills matter, our hustle matters. What the fuck were we doing 5 years ago? You know, like I'm sure at some point you've had to fade out of the festival hustle for your individual self and even just going to concerts, dude. Like, you probably I'm sure there's tons of vending opportunities.
Also when I say festival, I mean like besides like the proverbial, like there's a lot of other like art festivals.
I'm saying like Janus, dude. I'm saying, for example, they would go to Janus and Vend. They would go to Janus and Vend, and I guarantee you there was a band that they wanted to see, but they're both on the same mindset of like, no, we're gonna sit out here and hustle our shit and pay our fucking bills, dude.
And spread the gospel.
Yes, exactly.
Not only hustle our shit and pay our bills, but to spread the gospel so we can continue.
Yes.
And that was always it's always the bigger picture, right?
I'm saying though,
it's not like that instant gratification.
Sure, but you didn't know what that was gonna do. That's what Kyle and I've been talking about this whole time. You're like the Dogtown guys of Glass. You didn't know that what you were doing then was what you should be doing. Like, looking back on it now, duh. But then you're like, man, we're just trying to pay our fucking bills, dude. But now looking at it, you're like, no, we laid the groundwork, and you're saying the gospel. We put the message out there to people that has now, like, you laid the seed, and now 10, 15, 20 years later, the trees are fruiting hard as fuck, dude. Well, that's a blessing, bro. And you might not see it. You might not see it because you're in it. But I hear you say this a lot too. I've heard you say this in the past where you're like, you don't compare yourself to other artists, but you see creative aspects of your own art. You personally, you see creative aspects of your own art in other people's work, and it's almost like the way you say it sometimes, it's almost like you could have seen yourself having your own success.
Sure.
But in a way, you know that all the shit you laid down, dude, that was what you chose to do instead.
I can't imagine a St. Pete without Zen. You know what I mean?
Point.
And that's serious, man. I think most people in that area could agree, too.
I couldn't imagine a glass community. Yo, bro, and I agree with that too, Kyle. There's that older guy that collects your work heavy as fuck.
Not to blow your skirt up or anything, but
you gotta blow your skirt up, bro. Because
Josh,
you're a prime example of someone who sits at your torch every fucking day working for your business, but constantly reflects on yourself like you missed out on something. I hear that a lot in your voice, and it's like, lay the fuck off of it, dude. You have your own hustle that is such a beautiful, developed thing, and you don't see it like that maybe, but we look at you and go, dude, he dogtowned it. He was skating the pool in the backyard, not realizing that he was the first person to do that. That is your success. Like, that's your hustle, dude. So it's like when you, like, I'm trying to put this guy out there. I don't know his name. Tim, older guy. You know who I'm talking about with the ponytail. That collects a shitload of your work. He has a weird name, dude, and he always walks around and fucking.
Ball.
Yes. What is his name, bro?
A little dude, yeah.
Little guy. He wears like
dude.
hippie baggy pants and shit all the time, and he buys tons of your fucking work, dude.
Oh, man, he's like a staple.
Yeah, he's a staple of your gallery, dude.
Yeah.
He's got a weird name. What's his fucking name, Josh? You know what I'm talking about, dude.
He collects my work?
He buys Zen Glass's work heavy as fuck, dude. His name is like Costas or something, or Dude, the older guy, he's kind of like short and stubby, and he wears like
Gosh.
Yes. So what I'm saying is you might not realize it, but those people support you not because you're JASH Glass, but because Zen Glass as a whole will be something that when it dies or is sold off or whatever the fuck happens to it, people will look back on it and go, holy shit, that was a staple of our city and the state of Florida and the community of art for so many years. It's hard to put Dale Chihuly on it and it actually be, people don't realize that. It's not him. It's a company called Dale Chihuly Incorporated or Dale Chihuly LLC. You guys just chose Zen
YouTube
Glass.
just blocks this video.
What?
No, I'm just joking.
What I'm saying is like you guys didn't wake up and go, we're going to call it Josh and Dave Walker Glass. Josh Pohl and Dave Walker Glass. You called it a band. You built the band, and you have to go on going like you. I hear you say it sometimes where you're like, oh, that's similar to my shit. Well, guess what, dude? You don't have a solo career. Like, you have a fucking successful band. That's so cool, dude. Like, fuck a solo career. A solo career puts you in a bar on the beach behind fucking some hotel, dude. A band like you're in plays shows and gets put up into massive fucking places in people's collection, dude. That's a thing.
I like that perspective. Thank you.
So yeah, so like I'm saying, when you move forward and I hate to say it, Dave is. I'm saying it again. Dave is on the books. Am I wrong?
Dude, you should see Dave crushing the fucking hot shop.
Yes, Dave's crushing a hot shop. But I'm saying when it comes to it, Dave's not like
crushing installations.
But I'm saying yes, that's what I'm saying. Dave is doing the back end work. He doesn't want to be the face on Instagram of your company. I'm asking, right?
I think we're both the faces of our company.
But I'm saying,
he does like being the face.
You guys don't go up to Katie and go, hey, Katie, film me real quick talking about this shit.
No, neither one of us do that.
Yes.
But when Fox News comes and wants to do a story, goddamn right,
both
Dave
of you
steps
are.
up and says something.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So like what I'm telling you is like the same way you're not like eaten up by like not being the face of it via social media, you got to realize, dude, that you got people like Fox News fucking coming and interviewing you and big people collecting your collaborative efforts, which is such an it's hard to do that, dude. It's hard to have that.
Yeah.
So you're at this new location, and
10 years now almost.
Joe's living in the back.
We're talking about originally
right now.
Yeah, originally.
Yeah. Joe's living in the back right now, and so it's basically you, Dave, and Christian, right?
And Joe and Ned
and
Ned Eric there? Roman. Did Eric? Yeah, they all moved from 900 to Zen on 27th, or no? We're asking that. Where? No, they all. So when you moved into 27th, it was just you, Dave, and Joe.
Ned didn't work. I don't think Ned always worked at his own place.
No, when I visited as a high school, the people that were there, Ned was there. Ned was a studio artist there. He had a bench.
Okay. Yeah, he got his own place.
So you moved into 27th with like what, students from Eckerd helping, or like what happened there?
Joe.
Just Joe.
And
Okay. Like Zuzu came in later through a class. Like
Zoo was at 900.
Okay, and then what's homegirl's name that makes the fucking women too? What's her name, dude? I can't remember her name. That dated Joe.
Mia.
She came in through an Eckerd program.
Yep.
Okay, that's when I came in. Jack Alden was working there, and Mia was in the Eckerd program. That's when I came into the studio.
Yep. That was early on at the current space.
Crazy.
Yep.
Kyle, that's where you're at. That's where you're putting him in perspective right now, time-wise, correct?
Yeah. You just skipped ahead before I was there, but
Christian wasn't there. Christian wasn't there at that
time.
No,
Christian was there.
He was there from 900.
Okay, he transferred into it. He transferred into it as well.
And we scooped a hot shop, and he helped us build out the hot shop.
So that space is where that developed. I didn't realize there wasn't a hot shop at your old spot.
No. We scooped it not long at the new place.
When I came in there, if I remember correctly, I think it was you, Dave, and Christian basically in there most of the time. And I think, like Joe was in the back, but I don't remember really much anybody else at the time.
I always worked there when Eckerd was there.
There was no back room back then. It was just out front.
Yeah, Joe had a bed back there and a couch and like a coffee table. Kyle, you had been back there before, and there was a whole kitchenette, like a kitchenette built out. Like it used to be a restaurant, maybe.
No,
it was like a catering service, right? Was that what?
Maybe, I don't know.
So the floodgates are open. You got the hot shop in there. I'm sure that was a feat of its own.
Yeah, Dave and I had always wanted to have like a hot shop. We always wanted to do, like going to art shows with flamework glass. Everybody's like, "Oh, that would be cool if you could make it real big." Wow, do you guys do like those big colorful things? Yeah, that was like always at these art shows. Everybody looks down at the flamework, like, "Oh, you guys are just pipe makers."
You're saying the real art world. The real art world
would always look down at flamework glass because they'd be like, "Those are just pipe makers over there," and we would have a case of pipes under the table, like slinging that shit out of the back of the booth because it was income. It was what we did. People wanted it. So
bro, I remember Joe had that beautiful like experimental green prep that he could make, and that was such a heater thing to know. Like Zen, I remember always, and I know you guys made your own pipes, but Joe was obviously making work for you to live there.
God, I don't remember how we worked it out.
There was something going on because collectively, I know when I was like, oh, that's a Zen piece, I would always recognize the experimental green prep and see that and connect it to you guys.
Mm-hmm. But it was Joe.
So basically, like the floodgates are open. You got your battleship. How long did it take to install the hot shop, and was it an immediate? Or did a little time go by and you're like, you know what, we're getting the hot shop too. If we're gonna do this expense and take this loss for this year, we're gonna go all in.
I think what happened was we like came back from Bonnaroo and like someone had a whole setup that was available, and we scooped it.
That's how glass works, bro.
Awesome.
Please explain that to the young community of glassblowers here, that when you have an opportunity coming back from making a shitload of money, you better dive the fuck back into it.
Yeah, put it right back in.
Like if you go to a show and make 10 or 20 grand, you don't come home and pay your bills off for the year. You pay the month's rent, and then you dive back into being broke again.
Yeah.
And
it keeps you on your toes too. It keeps you on your toes.
Bro,
constantly upgrading and be like, oof, man, it's on my tail.
Kyle, you're on that tip right now too. Like I know you have money in the bank from Vegas. Like Glass Vegas was successful as fuck this year, dude. But very clearly, I talk about this with Jeremiah, my art, like Kyle and my main gallery that we work through. We talk about this, dude. Like being broke and being stressed out on shit like that helps you go harder the next time.
Yeah.
And that's got, I mean, once again, another Dogtown mentality here. Like, no one tells you that. But you go from being broke to having money, and you're like, whoa, that's great. And then you're like, let's dive it right back into the dream. And then you're like, oh, shit, we're broke again. But we got this cool-ass shit. Let's fucking fire that up and keep that going,
Yeah.
I love that. That's almost a part of glass that I couldn't get that from anything else.
And and then like having things like within a whole company expenses and whatnot, like having like yourself sort of detached from the company and like working for the company, it even fires you up even more. Like all of these things, like putting it into place, like of legitimacy, it's just more wood on the fire. So you got the hot shop, awesome. By the way,
did you start doing Bonnaroo when you were at 900?
Oh man, we went to like the first Bonnaroo.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. So like you weren't even a studio or what? Like what the fuck was going? I know you told me that you and Dave used to, and what's his name? Pete. You guys used to walk a pop-up table around until they'd kick you out, and then you'd walk another pop-up table. Yeah. So like but like that's like Southside St. Pete house days or
I want to say it was Central Ave days.
Central Ave days. Okay, cool. So you knew about.
I don't know what the first year. Where's our Jamie at? You can search what was the first year of Bonnaroo.
I think Bonnaroo's been going on since like 2003. Bonnaroo first year was 2002. So it's almost, that's your festival. That is your festival, dude. Like it started the same year you guys collectively came together and you dove into it. Yeah. Prior to that, Dave's hustle was art, like art. Like, he worked for Mickelson, and I know he's told me the story. I would love to bring him on, too. I know his story is, like, surfing in Melbourne, meeting up with Mickelson, getting offered a job, and then he worked in the art field. And your hustle is like, coming up and, like, meeting festy kids and meeting people who hustled, and you did a little bit of lot hustle. But, like, collectively, that's just another tentacle. Like, you don't have to explain that in detail, but you still do music festivals and art festivals like that.
Yeah.
But no Bonnaroo anymore, or do you still, or no?
Yeah, we're scheduled to do Bonnaroo. It's coming up at the end of the month.
Great. That's awesome.
Yeah, we'll see how it unfolds.
And you pop the circus tent up still, and you run the back and everything. Yeah, that's great. If nobody really knows this, but like just so everybody knows, like they are like the foundation of like acceptance in our flame working community for music festivals. Like there are other small vendors that will get a booth, but they usually deal with trouble. Like cops come up and say some shit. You guys collectively do festivals have done them for so long, and the same ones for so long, that people are like, don't fuck with them.
Yeah.
Which is awesome, dude. That's awesome to own that ground like that.
Grandfathered in.
Yeah, you're grandfathered in.
A lot of work. You guys have been, it's not easy, man. This shit is work from the second you pull up.
Your production of it is so big and such scaled to where people are like, this is legit. It doesn't look not legit. Where like back in the day, having a case under the table, I'm sorry, that's not legit, dude.
No.
Where
you gotta make it work.
Yeah, you've made it. You've like it's crazy because like even your classes, like I know you guys do Groupon deals a lot, which have to like cut into your profits, but it opens up more people coming in.
Yeah.
Which is
people that we would have not been able to touch otherwise.
Exactly.
Which in turn, actually, if you think about the original objective of like the whole concept of why you went in that direction, which was to get more faces in there, to start building more contacts for the future of what's just to come. Which brings me back to that one question I was asking earlier about the candy dishes. We can finally talk about the candy dishes. Oh, the candy dishes.
The cobalt dishes.
The cobalt dishes.
I thought they were ice cream bowls.
How did that whole deal go about? And get, like, I'm curious because I never asked. And to like kind of give somebody a little bit of background, without going into the long story about how Josh and Dave took me under my wing and I was blowing glass out of my room.
I have to ask, though, is it something that you did before Bank of America deal?
Bank of America?
You told me you used to make the cobalt dishes as like it was like a Bank of America. Like
No. It was Raymond James. That's why I'm trying to ask. So I had to do that was like one of my jobs that I did for Zen that paid for my rent was
we both did it.
We both did.
The fuck?
These candy dishes, right?
What do you mean? Your job, dude. We both traded rent for wine glasses and candy dishes.
Okay, so tell me a couple things. Let me write it down. Like, how did you guys, go about getting that kind of deal? Like, I assume it probably was.
Why did you? Also, why?
Okay, let me stop you right there. Let me stop you there.
Yeah.
All right. So a friend of a friend worked for Raymond James and was like,
what year?
Wanting to bring in a local artist to make these gifts that they give to their clients. And she was like, I know just the guys. And I made a couple samples and bada bing, bada boom. 20,000 pieces later, here we are.
But that was not early on.
No, it was MLK.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah.
I had no clue. I thought Kyle and I were the first generation because I remember coming in one day and you going, oh, I got this new product and we're fucking nailing the way I'm smashing the bottom into it and I'm going to teach you and you guys are going to make it.
All right, it could have been. No, but it could have been with you guys starting, but
doing so many of those things, like literally, it influences all of my work to this day.
Yeah, Kyle does that. Kyle does that tech. I recently was like, I asked him, I was like, oh, is that the tech from the candy dishes? He's like, yeah.
Wow.
But it's like it's more of like a refine. Like,
do you have one, Kyle?
I have a yeah.
No, do you have one of the wads on the bottom? Oh, he's
wow.
Okay, I'll tell you before he comes back with the headphones. Recently, he was like, "Yo, these aren't sturdy or some shit." I was like, "Yo, do the candy bowl tech on the bottom," and he was like, "Oh, I'll give it a try." He did it, and he was like, "Love it, I'm doing that." Let him get back.
Shut the fuck up.
Here we go. What?
Don't tell him I told you that though.
Shut up.
Oh, dude, your light is too fucking bright, dude.
I know.
You gotta turn the light off for a second. Put us in the shadows. Click. Oh, wow. Look how comfortable your room is. There it is.
Wow, there it is.
Yo, Kyle, I love it on a drinking cup. I never thought to just pop it on a drinking cup.
But yeah, it has just a little boop-a-doop.
Boop-a-doop-doop.
I remember the first ones you did, Kyle, was basically you shoving the carbon rod into the bottom. There was like no nice taper. It was just like,
oh, dude. But after time, it turned into like after a little bit of time hanging out with Joe and whatnot, I started like taking on that whole like that sharpness, you know, and then like the perfect like concave in where it was like conical, you know.
Kyle,
yes.
Kyle, man, it was just a.
I worked at Zen, Kyle. Wait, did we just lose you?
What?
Oh, I thought we lost you for a second.
Oh, I totally. Yeah.
When I worked at Zen prior. Like I worked there, and then you came in and started renting. But I don't remember you working there prior to me renting there. Like I remember meeting you.
When you were at Todd's.
I met you when I had rented at Zen prior, and then I met you when you showed up for like a Mickelson like demo or some shit.
Yeah, but you were over at Todd's. You met me long before that.
I transitioned to fucking 727 Flow after already being at Zen once. I had been at Zen. I went to Zen like 4 different times. I worked there like 3 or 4 different times. My first studio I worked in was My Monster Glass. And then when they shut down, my mom drove me over to Zen, and I met Joe at the front door, and it was on a Saturday. They were at a Saturday morning market. And I just paid $400 a month for rent, and I remember putting shit in the kiln and Josh being like, what the fuck did you just put in there? And it was like some stupid ass whack shit, dude. Like it was garbage. But Josh would ride me. He'd be like, what did you just put in the fucking box there? I gotta see it, dude. And it was like some weird flared out thing, you know, like stupid, dude. But I'm saying I left, worked at Jason's, came back. Like I worked at Jason's house. Left Jason's house, came back to Zen, and then that was when I met you. My second time at Zen was when I met you. But I remember it was after Mickelson came by and just did a demo one night for something.
No. The first time I met you was at your brother's house.
At my brother's?
Yeah, when him and I were doing a collab.
Oh, that was.
Remember it was raining?
Yeah. Levi says the same shit, bro, too. Levi's like, I met you at your brother's house. And I'm like, oh, that's right. That's so right, dude.
There was a little glimmer in his eye, and I said, that guy's going to be my best bud.
Oh, my God, dude. Oh, my God. Yo, well, I remember when you first came to Zen, you came in and you worked in the back room, I thought, with Cody and Kate. It was like Cody and I only back there at some point. Like, didn't you work in the back with us there?
I don't remember you guys being there when I came up in there.
Okay, so I remember, like, at some point you guys kicked Joe out, and then you developed...
It was, when I went in there, it was when you went back to 727, and then I started renting from there, because there was nobody there. It was
yes, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened.
Christian. Yeah. And then, like, after that, you came back into there, and then it started, like, filling back up. Shortly after,
I said this about your studio before. Your studio is very much like every couple years there's it's almost like a high school. Like there's a new vibe every couple years. Like right now, I was recently there, Kyle, and I told you this. Dude, it is not like, and I don't mean any disrespect by this. It's not bad. It's just real. There is no pipe making vibe in there right now. Like there's nobody's coming in there and busting out fucking big wigwag bubblers and fucking, or like big, like I don't see that. And even in the back rental area, I see like kids producing maybe small hand pipes and shit, but very clearly I see like people making art there. And it's not like, dude, like there was a couple years there where I didn't want to come through because there was like sketchy assholes that I didn't fuck with working there and shit. So it's like cool to see, no matter what vibe you have from people that are like renting from you, you guys carry the fuck on. You guys keep doing your shit. You keep making your name better publicly and locally. It's impressive, dude.
So the Raymond James thing, I want to, like, okay, so how did that come about?
Like I said, a friend of a friend.
A friend of a friend, yeah. Hooked you up with that. And then so they came to you with the idea?
Yep, they hit us up and was like, yeah, she's like, we have this item that we get from China right now.
Okay.
We want to source it locally.
Okay.
will you make us some samples in this price range? I said, sure, I'll make some samples up. And I wanted it to be an item that could be co-ranked. I did not want to get caught up making hundreds or thousands of an item that was just a struggle. And so my samples reflected that.
Okay.
Bro, I remember before, I'm telling you, the candy, I don't mean to be, I'm not trying to fucking stick my finger in the mud here again, dude, but those candy dishes, I very clearly, when I first came in, I paid you rent. And then it got to a point where you guys were like, we want to keep people like him around. And I was like, dude, I can't pay rent anymore. Like, I can't afford to pay rent. I'm not making money like that. And you transitioned, and Kyle was there for this too. You transitioned us into making tops and feet for your wine glasses. But I remember making that shit before candy dishes were relevant.
They went hand in hand. Well, the feet and cups.
They did go hand in hand, but I'm saying that wine glass, the wine glass top. Like... Sure, but I'm saying the wine glass top and feet shit. Even Joe was making that back in the day. That was something you guys always had people making for you. It seemed like, to me at least. Like, I always remember you guys, and a lot of people, it's so funny, a lot of people know you as that. I'll be like Zen Glass. Worldwide, I'm telling you. Like, I'll be at a trade show, and people are like, where did you get started? And I'm like, well, I worked in St. Pete, and then I transitioned into a larger group studio called Zen Glass, blah, 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 blah. And they're like, oh, the wine glass guys.
Yeah, because of all the posts that you guys remember, like you just put the name with the date. You're like, yeah, whatever. It's just the name of the date that keeps people sorted, and it gives them something to look at. But now all these times, look at all these years later. Now people are like, oh, the wine glass people, right? Like,
bro, people ride that model. I'm telling you, so many.
That's cool.
Bro, so many people in their 20s and 30s are like, yeah, we see that. I'm telling you this from the shadows of. Dude, you don't. I'm being honest here. You don't intermingle with other group studios. Like, you maybe don't want to. Maybe you don't need to. I don't know what it is. Maybe you don't have the time. But very clearly, I'm telling you, there's other group studios trying to find success that are literally looking at you guys going, man, we could do something like that always, you know? And it's like, yeah, you could, but you guys don't realize they have like 15 other hustles they got going on too. And how, and I don't mean to be rude, but how entrapping it is. It's trapped, dude. You're not trapped in a bad way. It's a very successful way to be, but you're saying it yourself. It's hard to find time to be an individual artist when you have all these tentacles of a business spread out to create income. But you chose that in 2002.
Sure.
When Zen
that's
started,
what I signed up for.
Yeah, that's what you signed up for. Exactly.
What I signed up for.
Exactly. So it's like, people don't realize that. Like, people see what you guys do and always go, I'm telling you, and dude, you know this for a fact. It's funny. I actually remember right now thinking about it exactly when I first came in. It was when you and Dave and Christian were making those soft glass collabs, and I remember there was some event you did. It was like an open house or something, and I remember my brother of all fucking people being like, dude, like, what a wise ass to say this, dude. Like, what a silly motherfucker, dude. Being like, oh, I got this same idea. I'm gonna try this shit too. But that was all, dude, I'm telling you, ever since you guys have started, there's always someone in the shadows of your business going, oh, I could do that too. And it's like, no, you can't. No, you actually can't, because it's not just one person doing it. It's a collaborative effort of multiple people who are just skating the pool in the backyard, and people don't understand how natural, dude. Like, you guys didn't force anything. You're naturally flowing with success, and that's where your business is at now. It's pretty fucking obvious. Like, you guys are like, dude, this is just, we're gonna keep running this. We're gonna maybe add in a little thing here, give it a try. If it doesn't work, we're gonna, you're calling it a tentacle, but I'm saying, dude, like, I hope to God you realize that, like, it's not cool to have fucking tweakers in a spot, dude. Like, even if they're paying the rent, it's not cool. It's shitty for people that are driving their businesses out of your facility. So, like, I think that's ultimately why and you could correct me if I'm wrong, that's why you moved your rental facility to the back. Because when I came in, the rental facility was in the midst of classes. And I remember there was times where you guys would be like, yo, we got to figure something out here, because there's fucking like,
day free.
What? Well, I mean, even people, like, there's drug addicts and shit that are like trying to get their own shit together, that are just trying to pay their fucking rent, and we're trying to help out, and they're fucking.
Well, the thing is like, I'm not clueless. I know how glass blowers operate. I know who glass blowers are, and we're a private bunch. We don't want to be on the floor in a public space. We want to be kind of off in the cut. We don't want to be out front, and so we've realized that and was like, yo, let's set you up in the back then. You know, kind of like the hippies use the back door type shit.
Sure, exactly. What I'm saying, before that back room was there, when Joe was living there, you were renting to public. You had, I don't even want to drop their names because half of them don't deserve a fucking name drop, but you were renting to local motherfuckers who had personal issues and battles that were bringing that to your business, dude, to a point where Dave and you had to sit down at some point and be like, yo, we got to get this fucking garbage off the floor, dude. This is not helping us. So it's like beyond your attitude of like recognizing glassblowers and wanting to help them. There was a point where you guys realized, yo, our business is about to blow through the fucking roof artistically. We got to get this shit off the floor, dude. We got to get this off of our hustle space, dude. So, but we still got to make the money on it. So we got to put them in the back, get that set up comfortably where they're happy and we're happy up front. And I'm sure, do you even rent space now out front at all?
Yeah, there's a couple.
There is a couple rentals out front, but they're not making like fucking water pipes all day and shit.
Whatever.
Maybe they are. Okay, cool. Yeah.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Okay.
You know, now it's like more acceptable. Right?
Okay, sure. But I'm saying in the way of your business, there was times I remember, Kyle, you have to remember this, where there was times where they would need bench space and they would move our shit out of the way to teach a class.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember.
Like you don't have to do that anymore.
No.
Which is awesome.
Yeah.
So it's like your whole development has led you to now where you're at, where like, I mean, honestly, dude, it's crazy to say it, but all of those tentacles that you're feeding into, you have some very select ones that you're really thriving off of, I'm assuming. And you stick with those.
Yeah.
So I got to ask, Spooky was asking earlier about Operation Pipe Dreams.
Yeah, where were you at in the midst of that? Exactly. That's a great question, Kyle.
Well, that was Spooky. Spooky's question.
Spooky, great question, bro. Where the fuck were you at? Like, what happened with Pipe Dreams and you guys? You guys had nothing to do with it, obviously.
Not the shop, the Operation Pipe Dreams. Because there's the Pipe Dreams up the road. So.
Horrible
You
name
know,
for
we've
a
always kind of like rode that line. We skirted that line between like art and pipe. Like, that's like been the thing of our business since day one. It's like cultivating that other side besides the pipes.
Well, maybe maybe just supporting it, you know, like supporting it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But he's asking the actual takedown of it. Did that affect your business?
What was it like?
Like
we're kind of used to being, as you know, when we do the festivals or whatever, like we're used to being treated like a fucking criminal. Like we are used to it. So it wasn't like any new thing. It's like, yeah, here we go again. We're making art, whether you call it a pipe or whether you call it a sculpture or whatever you call it. Here we go again. You know, and then it just comes down to like, how are you presenting it? Is it for entertainment purposes only? Is it for...
I love that line. I've carried that on for so many years from you specifically. Like, you're like at Bonnaroo, I remember you used to be like, it's entertainment purposes only. Like, always. That was what you said.
I don't condone tobacco smoking, so this is for whatever. It's for entertainment purposes. And we've skirted that line. It's down in the South. Florida's always like 10 or 15 years behind everything else. And when we started bringing in people that we wouldn't typically rub elbows with who are doing these 1-hour workshops, we're not, you know, some of them may be turned off by pipes. Do we hide the pipes? No, they're still in the gallery. They're still on the floor. So I think we've come to a point now currently where it is what it is. You know?
I love Dave's mentality.
Take it for what it is.
Dave used to put this shit on me all the time when I would come there. I would ask him about stuff like this, and Dave would be like, "Dude, we're servicing people that are driving like fucking Lambos and Mercedes and fucking like we're servicing a higher class of people than what pipe artists are really wanting to gear their shit towards. Where it's interesting as the industry has developed, by always keeping your toe in that, you obviously realize now that there's tons of successful pipe buyers, and I'm sure even your older clientele. I'm sure even
absolutely.
And I'm
you
sure
guys
exactly.
had Lace Face be part of like her tour through your whole spot.
Sure,
and
that's cool.
That is literally like a great representation of, I feel like, the caliber of like where Zen is, or it's like, you know, if going to be a show like that, like Lace Face's pieces for like a tour like that, you almost can't even tell they're like a pipe, but it's still like it embodies the spirit of it, but it's on a different kind of like level, and it's a perfect. It's like a peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah, but the hustle wasn't there for that. That's not the hustle. I'm talking about you got people.
No, I understand that.
You got people taking your wine glass classes that you guys in the past would be like, we don't really want to gear the pipe things to them. Like, we're gonna put a blanket over this case because we know we have a group from like this facility coming in. Where now, I bet half of those people are actually scooping like your spoons.
Sure.
That's awesome
true.
that you never gave up on it. But you ultimately let it grow. Like you were like playing the music that is now the current vibe, but you were playing it back then, and now you're like we've been set up for this shit.
Right.
Yep. Is that how it is now?
Yeah, totally.
That's awesome.
I mean, if we get a school group through, we try to maybe put a wall up over cases, but
it's
we're not like hiding everything else.
Sure, it's easy as that. You just put a wall up and you move on with the day, and then they leave. You open it back up. Perfect, dude.
Yep. And at the same time, some of their parents are like, "Yo, where are all the pipes at?" And we're like, "Oh, okay, cool. Well, they're right back here. Follow me."
That's awesome, bro.
So, you were talking about the classes earlier. You started having some high-end artists coming in. You had Zach Jorgensen come in and do a class, Stephen Bamey, Emily, and Joe. I forget her last name.
Emily Marie.
IO Glass Joe. Right? They did a class in like Whitney Harmon or something like that too.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, who else? You guys had Bella G.
Kai
right?
Beck.
Bella G did a class.
Kai Beck, Jamie Mapleston, Hefe, Mike Rahman.
Yeah. A bunch of really great names. Yeah.
Yo, you guys popped off on that in the time of that being popular. That's fallen off.
Lurker. We had a Lurker show.
Yeah. JB.
One of his first coming out shows.
That was great, bro. That was great. My brother was so like dumbfounded by the whole.
He was dumbfounded.
Yeah, bro.
He was totally dumbfounded.
Bro, and Josh, you're such a classic person in your expressions of certain things. And I remember in that one, you do this a lot when you're like when you know what's going on, but someone else doesn't. You're like, you didn't know about it. He left you out. I can't believe it. But you can believe it. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like sarcasm kind of. I love that, dude. And you held that. Like I didn't have to tell him. I didn't have to tell Josh, like I'm talking to Kyle right now. I didn't have to tell Josh like yo, act surprised. Like Jason found out, he was like, "Oh, wait, you're both? Holy shit, this is crazy." And then I look over, I'm like, "Josh, hit him with it." Like I didn't have to say that. But Josh literally looks at him and goes, "You didn't know? You didn't know? How did you not know?"
What? How can you not know, fucker? He's your brother. Do you not pay attention?
No, he doesn't pay attention. It's funny to me, dude. Your entire investment of life now to Zen is obviously what you're going to retire on to lead it into the next path here. I'm assuming you're going to retire with Zen. Is that your plan?
I hope so. Yeah, I hope so.
How old are you now?
I'm 45.
Great year of life.
I'd say so.
You're about to go buy a Corvette.
I just signed up for my first marathon.
Sweet.
Today. I signed up for it today.
What is it?
26-mile run.
Obviously, but I'm saying, what is the thing called? Like All Children's Hospital Marathon, or like what is it?
Oh, it's like the Clearwater running holiday.
You gotta do it in one day.
Yes.
26 miles in a row.
You do it Kyle, you'll run through it, dude.
It's in January, Kyle. I'm a little like I've never run anything near a marathon, so I'm a little bit bewildered. But I hope to train over the next couple months and be ready for it.
Yo, and Kyle, I don't know if I told you this, but Dave is swole as fuck.
Yeah.
Dave looks like a goddamn lumberjack, dude. Like, seriously, dude, he looks like he's swinging chainsaws and taking trees down.
I saw him not too long ago, man.
Yeah, so that's what I want to talk to is like current things
that's what I was trying to get to.
Okay,
so we did the classes.
Yeah, well,
and then,
to bring it out of that, COVID hit, dude. And you guys had to, like, put up the walls and step away from being so publicized, but still running the same strength of the tentacles that you had out there. But very clearly, I'm telling you, I did not want to come to your studio at a certain point, not because of you guys ever, but because of the rental group that was back there that was like some of them were just sick motherfuckers, dude. They're just like sick, dude. They're virus. And that being said, they fucking got the hell out of there, dude, on their own, obviously. Like, whether they couldn't pay their bills or something, they got the fuck out of there. And I bet you couldn't be more happier that it happened in the same time of COVID. He's got to pee, he says. I bet you, I got to be honest here. I guarantee, in my own opinion, I could be wrong here, but that happening simultaneously with COVID has set you up for probably the most successful next 10 years of your life.
It's ebb and flow, Jared. You know that.
Well, it is. In the summertime, the fucking snowbirds come in. They roll their vans in. They rent for like 2 months, and then they leave. Yep. But what I'm saying is, it's gotta be a good feeling to look at like the halting of COVID with the strength that you built into your business structure now, and look at the next like 5 to 10 years. Because, dude, I don't know if you understand this or not, and I'm sure you do, because I'll have to watch the news or something. But the entrepreneurship of COVID, dude, America has like, people going through COVID are like, oh, we're losing money. No, dude. We're about to dive into the most profiting point of our history as young entrepreneurs, not running big corporations. I feel like people are wanting to get out and socialize. They're wanting to get out.
Yes.
So it's like you're about to roll into like fuck rental space, dude. I don't need to help support these fucking guys who can barely like make more shit than a spoon. Don't get me wrong, our doors are open for them. But dude, our hustle we've worked on for 10 years that we thought COVID was going to like break down potentially. Dude, you're on the back side of it now to where it's nothing but success, I feel like, for the next 5 or 10 years.
Yeah, people are definitely fired up and wanting to try new things, try something that they've always wanted to do, go and have fun with friends, have a new experience. Yeah.
So you offer a 15-week course,
what is
that
it?
right?
It's like July.
Yes,
we're in July, almost August, and we're slammed.
That's what I'm saying.
We're booked out.
God, that's awesome.
And back pre-COVID, July was tumbleweeds, dude.
Yes, that's my point. That's my fucking point. Yes, you almost prior to COVID, you were like, God, I hope these snowbirds roll in and rent space. Where I'm telling you, no, dude. Now it's like, dude, we worked as our asses off and dealt with y'all motherfuckers for almost 20 years now, to where now our next 10 years is gonna be us. It's fucking us, dude. And that's got to be, like, that's where I also come back into being like, yo, your ownership as an individual artist, that's cool, bro, that you want to, like, somehow have your own, like, foot in the door as JASH Glass making art. But, dude, the band is about to live it the fuck up, dude. If not already, you are in the process of living it up. And I said this to Dave when I was there. You guys are so strong right now in your business structure that you are renting space out to people that beautify your facility, so you're getting like the perk of them making your spot look nicer and taking their fucking money doing it.
We gotta do what we gotta do.
No. That's a hustle, dude. I love that. That is good, dude. That you're like with your gardening guy in the back specifically. You have a fucking botanical garden. I wish you had pictures of that, because I know it's not your ownership. Like, I know you don't own that, but I wish I could show pictures of that, because that is impressive as fuck to me. Like, there's no other art
Twigsandleaves.com.
What is it?
Twigsandleaves.com. I'm sure he doesn't have pictures up, but it's a Florida native nursery.
Bro,
and we've known him for 10 plus years.
Bro, very clearly, I'm telling you straight up that Duncan, like, I want to explain this to everybody real quick. There's another glass studio in town, down the street from you guys, Duncan McCullen Glass. They're a beautiful studio, beautiful facility, big garden area, huge hot shop area, gallery. The owner is, like, showering in the gallery and shit like that, lives there.
Would you say, like, a $1 million facility?
Multi-million-dollar facility. But they're nonprofit. And he walks around in board shorts and flip-flops all day like he doesn't have a care in the world. Where blood, sweat, and tears go into something that nobody else supports, dude. And at the end of the day, 20 years down the road, you have to look at what you have and go, damn, we're so hot right now, motherfuckers want in on us. That's impressive as fuck, dude. That's where you want to be. Is Twigs and Leave, it says North Carolina.
Oh, okay.
Man, I found it. He probably doesn't have photos of that, but that's like his back rack of shit. That's what Dave was telling me. That's not even his display. That's like where he keeps like extra stuff to go out to
for
a job
jobs.
site. Yeah, for jobs.
Yeah, if
for
he's
jobs.
got a job, he'll like load it up. But it's beautiful.
It's fucking insane, dude. And you have coverage over some of the stuff that need more shade, and like, so it's not direct sunlight always, which is like even more of an improvement, you know? And it's impressive to me, dude. It's impressive.
So I gotta ask a question. I noticed Dave is been pretty active in like the local. I don't know how to put this. Like
Congressional
local officials and
yes,
whatnot.
yes,
you
yes.
know, he's much more active in that, and
Sure.
that's like a high caliber thing right there, man. And I'm just like, man, that's awesome to
I love
see.
that, dude.
Like
that's like moving a chess piece. That's like moving a chess piece on the board
like
and being
taking
like, checkmate, bitch.
Yeah,
I
that's
love
like
that.
the Elon Musk move in the glass art world. If you ask me.
Well, in the glass art world, but in the pipe world too, dude. He's been a piper his entire life. Dave Walker specifically,
Yeah,
dude. It's like impressive to me to see underground pipe making put its fucking foot in the door of congressional hearing on a local level, dude.
So with that said, though, like, have you seen it benefit you guys? I mean, like, in the sense, like, have you seen it benefit you guys in the long run with him, like, being as active? Like, have you guys gotten any like sort of like local grants or anything? Like,
good question, bro. Yeah, what the fuck is he doing for your business by being in that?
Yes, and just that networking of people knowing our name and sending people to us whenever they have a client that wants this or a client that wants that, and we're able to service all these different things, an award, or whether it's an installation, or if it's a custom project.
have you had any orders from the city?
Do you guys have any installments?
People from the city.
Yeah.
Do you guys have installments at all around town? I know, and this is a totally different area of the town, but Gulfport had Owen, who'd passed away, right?
Yeah,
okay, he had installments.
Owen Pack.
Yeah, Owen Pack. He had
Owen Patch.
Yeah.
Yep.
He had installments. I remember in Gulfport that made him feel like big dick energy. No offense, R.I.P. I'm being honest, but that type of installment gives you an attitude to yourself where like, I'm the shit. Okay, that doesn't pay your bills, dude. Very clearly, you guys, I know you guys don't have like in the way of borrow, you don't have like open to the public installments around the city, but something maybe you'll retire on, maybe if someone gave you the opportunity to do, you would take that on, obviously. But like almost cluing this into the people that are listening here, dude, having your own little private hustle is fucking cool, right? Like that's gotta be a good feeling to wake up and be like, you know, we don't have shit like in a fucking like 300-foot sculpture sitting out front of Janus, but we have shit in the owner's house that owns Janus.
Right.
Like that's gotta
and
feel
there
good.
are like Dave's currently working on a project right now, and it's like, gosh, probably 20 or 30 feet sculpture in a hospital.
In a hospital, sweet. That's what I'm saying, dude. That's awesome.
It's like it's an epic project for sure. Epic.
So how did that come on, if you don't mind me asking? Did they hit you up? They reach out?
Yeah, they reached out.
Very cool.
He bid on a project and got it.
Very cool. And that's where Dave comes in.
He's had experience and he's had practice bidding these projects out.
That's what I'm saying.
He's having more and more success at it.
Yes, dude. That's where I come in and taking it way back. You and Dave have that contrasting like professionalism of like diving into the business structure where that is Dave, dude. That is such, and I remember being young and working there and Dave taking bids on art festivals and being like, we didn't get in this year, but we're getting in next year. We didn't get in this year, but we're getting in next year on this shit. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's awesome that you guys have that teamwork wise.
Yep.
God.
So, I got another one for you. So we talked about the Eckerd, but it turned into New College later, right? Like you guys were doing the classes with.
We did a new college student or two.
Is
Okay,
Eckerd
but now
still
we
relevant?
run it. Now we run it just through us, and it's called the Glassblower Training Week program that meets twice a week, and then Friday's a free day.
15 weeks.
Cool.
15 weeks.
15-week program.
15 weeks. How much is something like that for 15 weeks?
It's $2,500.
Wow, you get 15 weeks for that. Wow. So
It
what
breaks
does that
down to
comprise?
like $60 a day.
But it's 4 months.
Wow.
It's like 4 months of classes. That's great.
So right now we currently have 2 students. They're getting close to wrapping up. One of the students flew in from Tennessee, and she's just staying at the Staybridge for the whole time.
Cool.
And then she's going to go home when she's done.
You literally pay off the class by the time you're done taking the class.
Yo, and
with like what you learned from it, you know.
Dude, bring this up in the current. You guys have real, and I said this earlier, Warehouse Arts District. That's you guys. Fuck the city for putting the label of Warehouse Arts District on that. It should be called like, you know, Warehouse Arts District, like founded and produced by Zen Glass Studios. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe some people might argue with.
Okay. So, but like, can you?
Well, no. My point in saying that before you go on, my point in saying that is now you have Frank Strunk next door to you. You have all of these people around you who have been your friends for fucking years that you're like, there's a spot, move in. I'm like that with Kyle. I'm like, Kyle, the house across the street's for rent. Get the fuck out of Florida, dude. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's cool. People don't respect that, but that is a level of success. I'm sorry, you couldn't do that as Josh Glass. You would have been Frank Strunk, having to find someone who's like, hey, Josh, come move in and like join our crew. Where I'm telling you, as the band Zen Glass, you guys are putting other motherfuckers on in that city, dude. That's hard effort. That's real shit, dude.
Dig it.
Impressive.
So,
it's impressive.
How do you procure a deal like having a class program through a college? Like, I can't even begin. That's so high collar, like,
right?
Highbrow that I can't even.
Well, dude. Let's be real. Let's be real here. You know Eckerd, dude. Eckerd is like the Wook school of the city, dude.
Yeah, but it wasn't just Eckerd. It was also New College. I don't know if Eckerd turned into New College. I think that's how it went. But I mean,
no, just someone from I think a student or two from New College heard about the program and they signed up to college.
What is New College?
Who came up with this idea?
It's in Sarasota. Dave started it originally.
Dave started originally in the house. It was in the house, right?
No, it was on the first student.
It was Joe.
I cannot remember his name. Was on Central Avenue.
I thought it was Joe and that kid.
Joe was in the house with like 2 other students.
Yeah, who was the other kid who used to always come back and hang out? The fuck was his name, dude? Corey? No. Fuck, what was his name? He lived in North Carolina. He moved to North Carolina, but he would always CJ. Yeah. That's another dude who was in that program early on.
Yeah, biosilicate. He took 2 semesters.
And he's like a random production artist. I don't think he's not a.
Well, now he's a electrical engineer.
Okay. And Joe runs a brewery.
Yeah, restaurant and brewery.
So random.
But he's a business owner now. I love that.
I love that too. I was
so happy to see that.
Yes.
So fucking stoked
about that a little while back.
I look at Zen Glass though, and I'm like, you got to be fucking dumb to not take something from this and become successful. Like, but then again, it's just my own judgment. That's my own passive judgment on it. What I'm telling you is everything that has led me to my success now is my mom's hustle, running her business and educating me on that. My dad's and my other side of my family's failures. And then seeing my friends, dude, and I say this all the time, is like the men in my life, you, Dave, other people along the way that I've met, influenced me more than the own like blood guys in my life. You know what I mean? Like, I hate to say it, Jason put me on in glass, but he's never been, and in the nicest way possible, he's never been an influence on me in the way I run my business or operate my business, where even I know Zen Glass influenced him on his business, you know? So it's like you guys since day one have always had a sense of influence on others in the community, it seems like. It seems that way.
That's been a goal, man. Just by whatever we do, just doing the best we can and bringing it up to full speed to where we're at today. It's like the only way that you can learn is by failure. And so we've done a lot of failing. You know, like ultimately that's what's got us to where we're at today, is a lot of failure.
Trial and error, trial and fail.
It's the only way. I mean, I'll never forget, like, Dave and I going and BMAC in Philadelphia, the Buyer's Market of American Craft. And Steve Sizeslove had a booth there, all of his beautiful figurative stuff. He had this beautiful display, not pipes, beautiful display, light boxes. Dave and I are going with, like, the wooden booth. And the first day we set up the wooden booth like in the back of our area, and not a single person stopped. And we just sat there the whole time, like, you know, like a complete failure. We stayed at the end of the thing when they were like shutting off the lights and everybody was gone. We broke everything down, pulled it right up to the front, so right on the wall. Nobody had to come in our booth, and we started to make sales. And I can't tell you like how many shitty shows we did where we didn't sell shit, and we were sitting there like rubbing our chin. What kind of products could we bring next time? What kind of display we have? What kind of lighting? We should do a big poster as these blown up on the big poster. And it was just like, that's how we succeeded, is by failing. It's crazy, but that's the truth.
Is your setup now not still folding walls, display? Like, do you not run that for craft festivals still, or what? Like, where are you at now on the advancement of your craft festival setup?
Craft festivals.
Do you even go to them?
Huh?
Do you even go to them still?
It's been a minute. It's a lot of work. And, you know, we don't want to do one show. We don't want to drive to Chicago with all of our stuff set up for one show and then turn around and drive home. Both of us have kids now, so we're not, like, trying to be on the road for 6 weeks, which, to be a successful art show doer, whatever you would call it, like, that's what it takes. You can't just drive 2 days and do one show and turn around and drive back.
Our shows that we do in our industry do a lot of like union work where you can crate shit up and ship out, and then like you fly in, you show up, and they kind of deliver it to your booth. That's not something you guys have ever really done.
No, we all did it ourselves.
Wild.
But a lot of people at that BMAC show, that's what they did. They crated everything and sent it, but we had never done it before. And we don't know what the fuck we were doing. We were just winging it.
That's awesome, dude.
So, okay, so this whole time it's just been this partnership between you and Dave.
Yep.
Man. Do you got any advice on like?
Yeah, I was about to say it.
There's not many companies that are like that can keep a good dynamic in a partnership. You know what I mean? But it's rare. You know what I mean? And so like, what do you think is some of your best strengths from that, and like some advice for someone?
Yeah. Let's exit it out here and like not like end the conversation, but let's put him into like a questionnaire here real quick. Maybe 10 questions we're gonna ask you. Number one, advice for new glassblowers on how to do it as a brand. Because you guys are a brand of glass. That's what I'm telling you. You gotta look at yourself in the mirror and be like, you know what? I have potential in my own way, but the strength in numbers is so much stronger than just me.
Sure. Absolutely.
What's your advice to do that and like find success in that?
Well, you got to be interested. You know, like I feel like what is it that interests you? What gets your attention? What is it that you're watching videos of nonstop? What is it that you're scrolling? What is it that you're looking for every day? What is it that you want to work on? You have to be interested, because if you're not, like, you're not hungry, you're not into it. And I tell all the students, like, everybody wants me to give them like the secret key.
Always,
like, here,
right?
This is the key. Just put it in the lock and turn it. That's it. But the key is just to continue on, to do whatever it takes to get you to where your dreams are. Like, what is it that you're dreaming of? Where do you see what is it that you want? And a lot of times people don't know what they want, especially when you're first getting into this.
Well, in your early 20s, I'm sure as well, right?
I'm sorry?
In your early 20s, I'm sure as well. Like, at what point did you realize with Dave, at what year, and God, I knew you, bro. I've known you since you were probably like 30 or 31. When the fuck did it hit you that you're like, you know what? This is it. This is what we're going to ride.
Right. I think I'm still dealing with it.
You're still dealing with it. And I hear it sometimes in you, like collectively, when you look at the potential of where you could be on your own level, but then you also, you know that it would never be.
No, but okay, so I want to stop you right there. It's not where I would want to be on my own level. it's what got me into glass in the first, this drive or this hunger to like create. You know, like I have ideas, I have plans, I have thoughts, I got all these. I got documents for days. I got screen caps for days. I have folders on my phone.
Oh, your Millie folder, dude! Your Millie folder was nuts like 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
Right. So that's what I mean. Like I have like all these ideas that I would like to see come to fruition. It isn't necessarily that I want personally for myself, JASH Glass, to have this like renaissance and be well known in the industry. I just have this desire to create, which is what got me into this and kept me into this to begin with.
Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, and I think that comes back to that question that you just asked. It's like where, and this is the hardest thing for some of my students. They want me to show. What am I supposed to do today? Well, what do you want to do today? What am I supposed to do today? What would you like to do today? What is it? Is it sculpture? Is it blown forms? Is it jewelry? Is it what do you want to do today? Let's take a ride, you know? And that I think is the hardest thing, is to like make that call. This is what I want to do today. And I'm going to jump into it and I'm going to fail and I'm going to screw it up big time. And you know what? I'm not going to stop. I'm going to do it again. I may screw it up less. I may screw it up differently. And the next time I'm going to do it again, and I'm going to do it again, and I'm going to do it again and again and again and again. And then I may realize that this shit is not for me. Next, and I'm going to go down this road in the same process. And I'm going to jump in. And because I'm interested in it, I'm going to dive in. I'm going to suck. And do it again and again and again and again. And that is the process, like finding yourself and finding your voice and finding your brand. Because I think the worst thing in the world would be to have a brand that you can't stand to be around.
Yes.
That you can't embrace.
Yes.
That you can't live by.
Dude, that's what Kyle and Kyle has recently developed Soji as a character that represents him as a human being. But I've talked to him about this directly, and this is what I feel like. Dude, I remember sitting here with you, Kyle, like maybe a year ago going, dude, just make you. Like, make yourself and embody that in your character. The character can be goofy as fuck, dude, but the message that you constantly, like, keep pushing behind it is what's going to make you be driven every day to continue making that character. People are going to, like, and I feel this with Zen Glass. That's why I say, like, the rental side of it keeps your bill, it helps keep your bills paid, but it's not something that you publicly have to put out because you stand behind it because you stand behind helping others and putting other people on, but ultimately, dude, your message has to be something you believe in. Has to be. And you have to preach it.
Otherwise, you don't want to get up and rage it every day.
It's hard to make others believe in it.
Yeah.
And dude,
you don't believe it yourself. Yes, and you know what? You told me something a long time ago, Jared, and was like, you don't have your notifications on Instagram? I was like, I don't want to get notified every time someone likes or comments on something. He's like, well, if you don't know, why would somebody else want to know? If you're not interested, then why would somebody else be interested?
Yeah, exactly.
Shit. Wow. That's powerful right there. Why wouldn't you care about if someone likes or comments? Why would you want somebody else to care if you?
Yes, exactly. I feel the same thing, bro. Well, it's like your message, like I don't think you necessarily have a set message as Zen. But you and Dave, as a human beings, man, you guys are like you're not. Don't get me wrong. You guys are hippies. Like your background is that, but like you guys are kind-hearted individuals that are sincere about what you're into. Which I think sincerity within believing in yourself and producing the message is the guiding strength there for you, is that you're very sincere about what you do and what you put out. And that's funny. You pointed out something I told you. Dude, I remember you told me this once, and I still say this to this day. I pulled something out of the kiln, and you pulled something out of the kiln. I was like, show me your shit you pulled out of the kiln. And you looked at me and you're like, it's not shit, it's my fucking art. And I remember being like, show me your art you pulled out of the kiln. So it's like, you know, like that like even that little thing is like, dude, you get to a point in production where it's just some more shit, dude.
Yep.
But it's not. It can't be.
Not.
It has to be something that you are blood, sweat, and tears every day, and you're like, no, dude, this... Like, Kyle makes the cup he's making right now and the simplicity of the character, he's never going to get bored on it because it's something that is bigger than... Like, the simplicity of the form is not the message. That's what people can represent the defining factor of the message by. It would be like the token of the message. So, like...
And the construction of it in itself is its own way of, like... that goes hand in hand with it. Like, because you know how it's constructed. It's probably constructed the most absolute complicated way.
Sure. And then, but I'm saying the candy dishes are a good example of this too. The candy dishes, dude. What a stupid fucking simple product. Like, straight the fuck up, dude. But you designed it in that sense deliberately so you could produce it on a scale, but you sincerely designed it that way. There's no bullshitting, dude. It is simple. It is supposed to be. And we're going to produce this at a level that people recognize how hard we work and our grind and our efforts and our history, dude. Like and it's weird, dude. It's I don't know anything else like this. Painting specifically, Kyle and I have talked about this with art. When you look at art, really good art is separated by by a message that multiple people see multiple messages within, or it's art that is like right in your face, like Campbell's soup can, and it represents this, Andy Warhol. Or there's like visionary art where like someone looks at it and might see their own view of something, okay? Your art and glass blowers in particular, it's weird. There's almost like an essence. Once you establish your presence, you could put out anything and it carries that on somehow. Like there's an echoing effect behind what you're putting out that continues to keep your message alive. Where I'm telling you, even I look at your wine glasses and I'm like, okay, they made another 50 wine glasses with fucking people. Like I see it pop on my feet. I'm like, oh, they did another 10 wine glasses today. And I like some of the shit because of like the silly motherfuckers that are making it, dude. Like it literally, sometimes I get off on like looking at these people that are like so excited about doing this, and you can see their excitement. Dude, it's a fucking photo. It's a photo, but you can almost feel the energy through the photo of their excitement, and you guys are showing this so hard. Dude, it's hard to explain it, but there's like an echoing voice in your work as Zen Glass Studios, where if you see your work, even if it's just something basic and simple, it carries that essence of dedication over 20 years. And waking up every day going, what the fuck do you want to make, dude? You can be as organic as you want. You can be as like tight and refined as you want. Do whatever the fuck you want to do, but embrace it and carry that on. Is that not am I crazy to say that? I see that in your work. I don't know if you see that. No,
it's true, and it's I've always called it like it's like the soul. You know, like
yes.
Each piece that we make, we take a little sparkle of our soul and put it into this piece.
Bro, it's funny, bro.
And that's the vibration you're talking about.
Yes, it is. It is 100%, bro. And you spoke about Don showing you jazz musicians early on and putting you into a different field of music. I'm telling you, I radiate towards music where I see that essence in those musicians' work. I used to just listen to music aimlessly, and I would listen to shit that reminded me of my childhood and my past, where now I'm literally going, oh, wow. I don't know shit about this guy, but I can feel his soul or their soul in the music. And then you research it and you're like, oh, these motherfuckers have been in it for a minute, dude. And so it's like, you guys have that. You have that. And it's hard to, once again, goes back to how do you give people advice? Dude, it's hard to give advice on that. Like how to add soul to your existence. It's hard to give that advice. Is it not?
Yeah. It's exactly what we're talking about. It's that question you just asked.
Yes, it is.
It's that.
Yeah, it is that.
It's waking up every day.
Yes, with dedication and drive and
what is it that you're interested in?
Yes.
What is it that you want to put your it's that.
What a beautiful thing, bro. Once you figure that out and you recognize that, it's almost like an eye opener to unlimited success, unlimited income financially and emotionally. Like you can, once you realize, and I talked to Kyle about this. I've put this in his head deliberately through Lerk, because that's what Lerk was developed around, not me wanting to make glass, but wanted me to put myself into a character that represented my energy and my hustle and my grind. Because people don't see that. I'm sorry, when you make like a mini tube or like a spoon and that's all you make and you produce hundreds of them, sometimes people don't even know who the fucking guy is, you know?
Hey, I need a minute. I gotta piss.
Go pee and come back. And the next question is gonna be like tools and shit. This dude's got to unlock like 6 locks on the door to get out. He literally has like a row of locks going down and like a skeleton key that goes in. The skeleton key on the back has like a monogram of like something. It says Josh on it only, like Josh only. Bro, it's crazy. It's crazy to see where a company and a brand that has been developed for so long, where they're at now, dude, we've been there when it's been nothing but rentals.
Yeah. No, I know.
So it's crazy to see now that, you know, and I told you this when I spoke to you recently about after going there. They're on their same tip they've always been on.
Yeah.
Which is, God, dude, if that's not a door to success is to like stay.
Well, it's constantly polishing more and more
refining the same thing over and over again until it's stuck in someone's fucking head. This is what we represent. This is what we do. This is what we're about. If you want to fuck with us, this is what you're fucking with.
Yeah.
I love that. That's my mindset on Lerk as a whole. Where like, and I've said this before, someone makes an animal, like they blow glass, they make an animal, and that's what they make. I don't want to say what animal specifically because I don't want to highlight certain artists I don't give a fuck about, but very clearly, when you just make a character that's recognizable by everybody, sometimes your message gets lost in that. Where when you do your own unique installments of things and you add your own little unique characteristic to it, you are literally putting your voice into it and it locks in after a certain point. Bringing this back in, I think that your guys' production body of work has such a resonating message and sound through all of it that it all ties together, even though you're making pipes and pendants and wall art and candy dishes and wine glasses. It all reaps the same message of output on the end of it, which is impressive as fuck, dude. You have to have that too in the way of success. I feel like you have to somehow tie it all together. Do you not agree? That's another key. Tying it together is what I'm saying. Very clearly. Next question. What torch do you use?
I use Mirage.
What's your favorite tool?
I like my jacks.
You have a pair of jacks. They're like soft glass jacks.
Well, they're I don't know how blunt edged jack.
Okay. Kyle's in the same boat. Kyle he has a pair of jacks that he loves, and I think he said Christian.
I traded Christian for this like soft glass book a long time ago. I had bought, and then he's like, yeah, try these out, man. I think you might like them. And I tried them out, and I just was like, oh, these are the ones. It's like that feeling when I met Sarah. I was like, oh, this is the one. This is the one. I let it sit in my hand, and I'm like, oh, these are gonna be in my life. And I'm like, Christian, do you want to like keep that book, and we'll just kind of call it? He was like, dude, I can already tell. Like, I gave it to you for a reason. I'm like, oh. So like and those jacks, man, I don't even know what kind of jacks they are, but. I mean, I think that's like a glassblower's jacks is kind of like, you know, it's like their dog or their cat.
Can I tell you a story?
Yeah.
I want to tell you a story about the jacks and Owen. Frank Strunk was really good friends with Owen. And on his deathbed, Frank wanted, I guess he was like kind of out of it or whatever, and he wanted a glass blowing tool to put in his hand, just to kind of like maybe bring him back or something. And he came to the studio. I gave him my jacks, and he put them in Owen's hand backward. You know how you hold jacks this way? He put them in Owen's hand, and Owen, with his eyes closed, kind of like picked it up, put it in his hand the right way.
Nice.
And was laying there with it. And Frank took a picture of it.
That's awesome.
Right, I thought so.
Gotta feel good.
Yeah.
So that's your favorite tool?
I like jacks. It's my favorite tool.
You have some work with you, right? Can you show off some of your work? Your personal work there?
Oh, God.
Did you not bring a piece out, like one piece?
I got like 3 pieces over here.
Just put it up to the camera so that people can see it. There's still 15 people in here.
But it's like, they're old. This is like one of the first heads I made.
Okay, yeah, show this shit. Oh, wow, dude, that's impressive.
It's old.
Any idea on the color, like Blue Moon
90,
or Rust or
I think it's... I can't even read. My eyes have turned shitty. I don't know what it says. Can you read that?
85.
Anyway. It's old. It's powder. I always like the exotics.
It's powdered frit.
Wow.
Powder?
Powdered frit.
Powder.
Yeah, it's powdered frit rolled on the surface.
Yes.
Of solid rod, or is that hollow?
Yeah, solid.
Sweet.
And I didn't add, this was before I added any glass. Cut in and pulled out. I didn't add any glass to it, except for the colors.
Can you center that in the camera there?
Huh?
Can you center it in the camera there?
Oh, sorry. All I see is half of my face. Sorry. I don't know where center is. I got the chat box.
That's good.
Here we go. Sorry. Here we go.
Looks great.
Wow. That's cool, man.
It's old. I have it at the house because I guess it was cool.
Oh, I've been to your
Here's
house.
another one in the
You
same
keep
vein
relics
that
around.
Dave electroformed.
Sweet. Okay, so yeah, you guys have done copper work in the past too. That's impressive. Like electroforming specifically.
Yep. They're old. Here's like a pendant. Same thing. Jen made a necklace out of it.
Oh, bro, I'll be right back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Jared's got some nice stuff of mine.
I was just about to go get mine. Oh, man. Yeah, dude.
Old. I don't
how
make
long
these
did you
anymore,
make that?
Kyle. I don't make them anymore.
I have a couple from you, but I keep the one black one with like the caramely luster paint splatter. Oh,
Yeah.
still to this day, one of my favorite pendants, man.
I think the kids were like throwing a ball or something and knocked her head and her arm off.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's one of the things that you're most known for.
Oh,
are the
bro,
lady
that's a
torsos.
heater.
You've taught some of the most known female glassblowers a lot.
Yeah,
of
bro,
their
it's funny because
torsos,
Scissor Baby has obviously worked in your studio for like 10 fucking years, obviously, and
and then Mia,
yeah, and like
too.
Mia the
She's
same way.
Shay.
And it's funny because they show up and like, no, dude, I'm not talking shit on either one of them here, but they show up to the same shows. Dude, Katie crushes it.
Yeah, she's crushing.
We're like, no offense towards Mia, but I've seen Mia walk out like cursing herself out, like how shitty a show's been, straight up, dude, same show. I'm being fucking 100% serious here.
Weird.
So it's like, what I'm saying is it's impressive to me to see yourself be such an educator of glass, but then people have their own voice and we just said it a second ago, that very first question, the soul that you're putting into it. It's interesting to see how multiple styles that are kind of along the same lines, how someone's soul in it speaks on different levels and volumes. You feel me? It's quite interesting because you're someone who, and I'm not saying you do this, you're not guilty of this 24/7, but you and I do this a lot. I do this too, where like I'll point out familiar things in someone else's shit and recognize it, and I'm like, that kind of looks like so-and-so's. But then you start to look at it closer and you're like, or you see them doing business in Vegas amongst 300 other people just like us, and you realize, oh wow, but that soul in that has a different essence than that person's shit, It's interesting. It's very interesting. Yo, I had to bring a couple pieces. This is a Lerk collab that we did, and it's actually got the Lerk head on the lady, but that one's sweet, bro.
Yeah, I like that one.
That one's sweet, and it's got a fume marble. People like, I just started
that's
redoing
a good
these
one.
again, but I was doing these fume implosions like 4 or 5 years ago. That's such a simple piece that other people do. But once again, another thing about like the essence, you're putting your vibe in there. Yo, that's a sweet one. And then Kyle, I had to bring out.
I knew you had to bust that baby out.
Bring the ball gang lady.
Oh,
Yo,
ball gang lady.
AKA the hoochie coochie, dude. She's literally got her freaking hand down on her shit, dude, and she's like peeled back. I love this. This piece is probably one of my favorite pieces Josh has ever made. He gifted this to me.
So that pose, I've made that pose many, many times, and I got it from a Hustler mag.
From what?
A Hustler magazine.
Okay, sweet.
That was before the internet, I think.
Man, I wish I could hear. Maybe I could pull my camera down and show this off a little better. Dude, you gifted this to me after a Bonnaroo one year.
We gotta tell the ball gag lady.
Okay,
story.
so here's her face, dude. Look at her face. She's literally got a freaking like ball gag in her mouth, dude, and her hair is like filleted.
Dude,
like
so awesome.
So she's
that was the best.
Here she is, set up.
Beautiful. That was like the mascot. That was her mascot.
So I mean, there is all sorts of stories to this. Josh gave me this as a gift after something. I don't know. I don't even think I traded you. I think you literally just gifted it to me. But dude, you were asking like hundreds of dollars for this thing, and it's all purple rain and some sort of striking color, maybe like blue moon or something in the. Maybe there's like it's some sort of exotic.
That's that mix that I make.
Yeah, it's like an exotic mix with like sparkle color in there too.
Yeah.
God, it's just a beautiful piece overall, but I think the price tag's still on it. $450. I left the price tag on it.
Oh my God.
Oh man.
So this was a blessing though, dude. And then funny story.
That was the best, dude. That was like our mascot for like.
Well, our mascot was also that sick dog that you.
I loved that one. That was the best.
We also had. We had this like sick ass dog that was like it was like a fake dog that Kyle had gotten from his grandmother. That was like a stuffed dog in a bed, but it looked so fucking real and like on the edge of like what the fuck.
You gotta remember that.
Josh, please tell me you remember that.
Dude, come on, it was a little pillow with like this little fake dog.
Dude,
and
I was like, get this shit out of here. You brought it to the booth. Why the fuck are you bringing this fucking thing to the booth?
Oh, dude, it was money, dude.
Fuck out of here.
We would put this fake dog. Dude,
we don't got room for this shit. Get it out.
Dude, we would put this fake dog. It was literally like this big. There was tons of room for it.
It worked so good, though.
Bro, we would put this fake dog. I couldn't even know how to I wouldn't even know how to Google search that if I tried to look up a Google search of it. But it was a fake
dog sleeping on a pillow.
Yeah, it was a fake dog sleeping on a pillow, and it was obviously something that like an older person may get that to like keep them like emotionally comfortable or something. You know what I mean? Like later in life. But Kyle got a hold of it.
I could not understand.
Yeah, Kyle got a hold of it and then would bring it to festivals, and we'd put it out front of the booth, and people would walk up to the booth in the dead heat of summer. There's not one water bowl around or food bowl. People would come and go, "Oh, your dog is so cute. Can we pet it?" And then they'd get down. Yeah, they'd get down to pet it, and one of us would be like, bark at him and shit, or like I remember one time the face of it somehow got like ripped off.
Well, no, we had taken it so many times out, and it just like threw it in the back of like wherever it could fit. You know what I mean?
It had fallen apart. It deteriorated.
The face like pushed in.
Oh, it ripped, dude. The face was ripped to where you could rip it off and like open up the back of it. And I remember there was multiple times where Kyle would be like, someone would be like, "Can we pet your dog?" Kyle would get down there and like go, "Oh yeah," and he would go to pet it first, and he would like flip the face off of it, and people would be like, "What the fuck?"
They would go to try to pet it, and the face would just collapse.
Yeah. Disgusting, dude. But yo, the ball gag. To connect it all to the ball gag.
One time we did that, but that was just for laughs. That was.
Bro, we had it at Swanee. We had it at Bonnaroo.
When it was like perfectly fine, people would stop and they would like legit like pet it. They would pet it for a while and have no idea.
Yeah, they have no idea, dude. Okay, so that connected to the ball gag lady. Josh might not even know the story of the ball gag lady. That piece we carried around festival to festival to festival, and nobody ever wanted it for some reason, dude. It's a heater of a fucking piece, the ball gag lady. But
you were the only one that wanted it, so that's why I gave it to you.
I loved it. Kyle wanted it too.
That was the point. Like between you and I, we would always be like, and of course, like we'd always bring out, of course, the ball gag lady.
Yeah,
like it wouldn't be a good. It was like a good omen, you know.
Well, we'd be like getting ready to leave, and you guys would be like, "Wait, do we have the ball gag lady?" I'm like, "Hell no, I ain't bringing her." You'd be like, "Pack her up. We gotta bring her."
Yeah.
She's good luck.
Well, this is the icing on the cake. When we had the booth at Bonnaroo and most of your festivals, you guys run like an art front and then a loop around the booth that kind of puts you into maybe like an 18 and up only or a 21 and up only category, right? So then in the booth, like there's a dividing sheet. And we would always like kind of work both sides. There might be two guys working the booth, and one guy's up front, one guy's in the back, and we're always like looking behind, going, "Hey, is everything good back there?" And the other guy's like, "Yeah, sure, dude." For years, we were maybe 2 or 3 years we worked these festivals, and I remember Kyle would pop his head in the back, and dude, like one of us would be working in the back, Kyle would be up front, or vice versa, and Kyle would pop his head through and be like, "Hey, you guys got any ball gag ladies in the booth?" Like, Like that was the question. Or he would be walking back from getting like a lemonade, and he'd walk in the booth and act like a customer, and we'd be like, "How can I help you today, sir?" And he would be like, "I'm looking for a ball gag lady."
Dude, that was like our omen, dude. My god.
So yeah, I have the trophy.
That's like my most favorite one.
I have her.
I was just in town not too long ago, and I'm like, "Where's that ball gag lady?"
Oh, it's right in my display case.
It's awesome. It really is.
And I know this
so
sounds weird.
awesome.
This sounds weird, but what I've always loved about your women, and it's not all of them, but most of the women that I see you make that I'm into, dude, they're like thicker chicks. I love that.
Yeah,
I
like them with a big booty.
That's what I'm saying. You put some form. You put some form on them to where it's not like. But it's not like. I'm trying to be very clear here. There's some ladies specifically in our industry right now trying to make bank off of putting titties out there, dude. And it's kind of gross, dude. Like I'm like, okay, there's enough women putting naked women out there, dude. We get it. Y'all are putting something out in the world that you think is like connecting you to whatever money, whatever the fuck it is, dude. But they're all doing like way skinny chicks with way oversized features, dude. Where like you wouldn't just put a big ass onto a skinny little stick of a frame. You actually built the full bodies out to where they were like fully developed figures, man. It's like that's impressive to like dude, sex sells, okay? But developing human form in a way that like is realistic. That's impressive to me, and that's the world we live in today. Like, people are trying to put that out there. You go, and I know this for a fact, you go to the mall, you walk by, specifically, Victoria's Secret, dude. It's not just fucking stick women with big boobs and big asses in the window, dude. They have full women that are like, a little bit larger in size, and they're trying to advocate that, and like, our world is doing that nowadays, where it's like, advocating being you and just being whoever the fuck you are is cool, dude. Like, and being natural is cool. You don't have to go get plastic surgery and be all this fucking like fake human being. So it's cool. Like, you're, once again, the soul aspect of putting it into your work. You never ever have made women to sell sex, which is impressive to me. That's cool.
Nope.
Which I'm telling you, a lot of women in our industry are doing that right now. They're seeing the money that people will pay if you put tits and ass on something, and that hurts me. That offends me.
Do you have any Franchini or Millie?
Oh yeah, you do Millie. You do tons of Millie, dude. Do you have any chunk of something?
I have a slice. I'll grab one.
Man, I wish you had a chunk of something.
All my stuff's at the studio.
So you're known for doing. I have the Yoda. I could go grab the Yoda if Kyle doesn't have the Yoda. But dude, you've done a few Millies specifically, like the Spalding, Captain Spalding. You've done the Yoda. Those pieces are the highlight of JASH Glass, I feel like, as a whole. Like, don't get me wrong, your sculptural work highlights you as well, but you were able to tie that into your business model. And Millie, you do tie into the Zen business model, but you can always dive back into it on your own, and respectively, someone can walk up to you and be like, what do you do? And you go to your toolbox and you pull your shit out, which is fucking cool, dude. What do you got, Kyle?
So, first of all, this is the pendant I wanted to...
Put it up closer, bro. We can't see what it is.
There it is.
So it's a head pendant.
Yeah, this was one of my favorite ones ever from Josh. I have a couple of...
Oh, we're looking at it sideways. We're looking at it sideways. I see it. What color is that? Do you know? It's like black
and it looks like caramel. Yeah,
like spun around
caramel or something. Yeah.
What Millie do you have? Because I was going to grab my Yoda Millie.
I got that. But it's one of the ends that the eyeball is kind of...
Oh, that was like the one I clear coated. Didn't have much success with that one.
Oh man, I wish it would just zoom in on the, or it would like, ooh, no, oh, maybe. If I get out of the way. Oh wait, there. Oh, damn, it was so close. It's so hard, but yeah, kind of get the point on that one. Oh, it's so good, dude. And these aren't like stringer stacks either, man. Like these are right. Like these are.
All right, bro.
All done.
I don't mean to fucking
All
roast
Frenchie.
your cookie of a Millie there, but look at my Yoda, bro.
Hey, what
Hi,
up?
Rachel.
Hi.
Bambi Glass in the house.
Hi.
Bro, you gave me this, and you were like, this is the biggest coin that you could get off that face component. So, Kyle, show your Millie again. You have the full one. I don't have the full one. Kyle has the full of this Yoda, but this is his face. Oh, man. Can you get closer with it? That is.
Oh, wait, there we go.
There it is. Like, touch it with your finger, maybe. Like, touch the Millie. Yeah.
Go to my Insta. There's some good pictures on there.
I don't know. I wish oh, wait. You can pull Glass up, or you can pull Instagram up on.
Lily's here too. Come on, Lily.
Dude, Josh, you have a lineage of your own glass that people may never get to see through Zen, you know? Very specifically, people go here. Oh, here we go. Very specifically, people go to Zen, bro, and my employee said this too. My employee went to Zen recently and saw the Millie case, and he was like, "Who made all these Millies?" Dude, a ton of the shit is yours.
Some of it's mine.
But I mean, even the ownership of it is yours.
Oh yeah.
That's impressive.
That's my collection. Instead of it sitting in a box in my garage, I put.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's impressive, dude. Okay, so here is the we can still hear your audio, but we're looking at your dude. There's like a Steely with the Yoda in it. That's sweet. Is that a batik? What is that?
It's a patch.
Oh, it's a patch. Okay, that's sweet, bro. That is cool. I wish I had that patch. Okay, so we're going.
It was custom.
Oh, it's only a 1 of 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're on your Instagram right now. I don't
You're
know
gonna
if
have to scroll down. It's been a minute.
Damn, you shaved your head recently. I never saw you with a shaved head.
Yeah, you're gonna have to scroll.
Oh, we're scrolling. Okay, so and then dude, you've done some weird shit like this eyeball trapped under the metal. That's fucking cool, dude. If you guys don't know, there's still 11 people in here right now. If you guys don't know, this is JASH Glass's Instagram page. You guys can go at him, go give him a follow. This work is impressive as fuck, dude. If you guys haven't ever seen his work before, he's like all over the map, dude. Like Millie, like this is his own work. This is not Zen
Captain
Glass.
Spaulding, man. Yeah, click on that Captain Spaulding. That one. Oh, you were.
That collab we did, Jared, was pretty sick.
Oh my god, dude! I love these videos of you just dropping hot shit onto stuff.
Oh, me too. I love that.
Yes.
I might have to revisit that.
Let me see if I can play it. Here we go. We can watch this one. We're watching it right now.
Oh, look at how big that alien is. It's like 70 mil. Did you see that? You just passed it.
Oh man, dude, we're watching the Smarties take a hit right now. Oh my god. Look at him melt, dude. So where, and I know this sounds random. This is a weird question. We're going to get to the end here and just do this raffle, but I have to ask, what made you want to do these like little melted drops, dude?
It was like around Halloween, and I was just like, oh, what started, I did a little tiny scene, and I dropped a hot glob on that. And it was just something that I thought would be entertaining. And I kind of gave up on it. I might go back and...
Oh, dude, I think you should. I think that, like, in the way of...
Yeah, that's the little scene I did right there.
Yeah, that's the scene. I just showed the scene. Yeah. In the way of branding, and I'm not like... I'm just being honest. But someone wrote, basically stankered. No. Dude, that kid who said that used to work at your studio. Kenny C. Right? Kenny, wasn't that young kid that worked there? Kenny, do you remember?
Oh yeah, Kenny. Yep. Casey, I thought his name.
Casey. Okay, man, look at this shit. I gotta hit the popcorn. Did the popcorn pop?
It just sizzled.
Oh, it didn't.
Coffee was good. There was oil everywhere when I did the coffee beans. It was pretty cool.
I think that is a brandable idea where you should have an Instagram that is its own thing. It's not Josh anything. It could be like, like whatever by Josh Glass, but this is its own brandable thing, which is pretty impressive. To stumble into that is pretty cool, you know?
You see the kid just did one where he lined up all those GTTs and down that China piece?
No.
Do you see that, Kyle? It was like
a circle. What China piece? What did he do?
It was like a circle of crickets, GTT crickets, and he melted down some China.
Look at this one, dude.
Yeah.
This is hilarious. This is gold. Absolute gold right here. The one I'm showing off right now. Wait till you see me pop it up. Oh my God, here's a dish. Here's a dish, dude. We're about to watch a video of a dish being made.
Oh, that thing went viral too, that dish.
Yeah, it's got 49,000 views.
Yeah.
Look at the one I'm about to pop up right now. Look at your YouTube.
I'm looking at it.
Gold.
Oh, shit.
Sprinkle that salt, baby.
Remember when Salt Bay was hit?
Yeah. Oh, I remember when it was hard. Okay, so here is a
there's-
candy dish. These are the blue dishes that Kyle and I were talking about. Kyle mostly spoke about this. This is what we used to make, and I don't know if we're in this video making it. We might be. I don't know who's next to you there also making them.
Could have been Danny. Could have been you. You used to step up. Both of you guys stepped up.
Yeah, it's Danny and Baby Josh there doing them. Great piece. I love these. This is such a fun thing to make. And I'm telling you, Josh, when I first moved into Zen, this was before you were making this shit. I also worked for the Chihuly collection when I moved in there. And I was just giving... Oh, you remember when I sold that like $10,000 sculpture of yours and Pete's?
The mermaid sculpture.
That was impressive.
That wasn't me. That was solo. That was me solo.
Oh, okay. That was impressive as fuck. I hustled that shit to some real art collectors. That blew my mind how I hustled that, bro.
Yeah, that was dope. That was dope.
I was working for the Chihuly collection when I first moved in there, and I remember coming in and trying to make something like this just because it resembled what I had seen at Chihuly, but I was way new to glass. And I remember making a flare, but it was way weak in its construction. Like, there's a technique to getting the glass wide enough to begin with to when it flares out.
That one wasn't that good. That one was kind of poopy.
Sure. But there's a technique involved in the original blowout, the original size, to where it will flare nice and neat. And I'm telling you, I did a flare, and I threw it into the kiln, and you came up on me and you kind of giggled. You were like, dude, what did you just put in there? And I remember being like, I don't want to show you. I can't show you. I can't show you. So yeah, there's studio. Here's a studio shot of them teaching classes too. This is Malachi's and Wicked teaching a class, it looks like. Man, their studio is quite the space for visiting artists. If you guys are ever in the area, give them the rundown, dude. St. Petersburg, Florida. Give us the rundown about your studio.
Zen Glass Studio in the Warehouse Arts District. St. Pete it's surrounded on 3 sides by water, so you can basically bike, run, jog, drive to the beach on one side and downtown on the other. Lots of entrepreneurs down there, so there's not a lot of chain restaurants or chain places. A lot of young people around, and in the wintertime, it's paradise. It's beautiful.
Look, here's Kyle with fucking dreads. Sorry to interrupt you, dude. It's about to pop up. Keep going. Kyle with dreadlocks, dude. Keep going.
If you're looking for somewhere to go and melt for the wintertime, if you're in a cold climate in the wintertime, St. Petersburg, Florida in the wintertime is beautiful. We offer bench space. You want to come and rent?
I'm trying to see if I can make this smaller so we can still see you guys here. Okay, so this is Millie, just so you guys are aware. This face that he's making is actually, it came out to be this Yoda. So you guys can kind of see that. I just showed that off the actual Yoda piece.
Nice.
And then you offer basically 3 or 4. Here's Josh and his wife. Jen used to blow glass as well, his wife, which is super cool. Like, collectively, Josh is always putting people on the torch, dude. He's literally like, yo, there's a torch in the corner. Get the fuck on it, dude. Which is awesome. I love that.
I felt guilty last time you were in town. You're like, let's make something, and I was like,
It's how it always is. Rachel literally tells me that. Rachel said this when we were leaving. She goes, it's crazy. You go to all these studios and you meet all these glass blowers, and at the end of the day, Josh is the only person that you will walk up in on and be like, yo, let's make some glass. Where everyone else, I'm like, all good. All good.
I felt guilty. I was like, damn. I couldn't even look up for a second. That fire chick was cool.
Fire chick. Let me bring it back. Oh, this one was sweet. This one was very sweet. Soul on Fire. 2015. God, it was just yesterday, bro.
Totally.
Fucking nuts. This one's cool too. This is like a painting or something? Oh, a photograph. It's a photograph that Christian's wife took of you. And then the piece is next to it. That's sweet. What is the rock that piece is in?
It's charred wood.
Okay. Cool. To represent burnt, obviously. Oh, and then, bro, we'll move on to the raffle. I'm diving into your work now, which is like it's a crazy body of work to look at in the back, like to look into the history of your work in just the past 5 years. You've been all over the fucking map. Like when you say it's hard to find time for your own shit, you do find time, but you're hitting so much variety of shit, dude. It's impressive. Like even this pile alone here of pendants and Millie shows how widely spread out. And then Dave was doing these like swimming tide pool guys, like, or is that you? Is that you?
No, it's Dave.
I thought that was Dave, where they're like a character coming out of the water.
Yeah.
Dude, it's impressive.
Yep.
It's impressive the level of work that you guys put out and how much variety you put out. This series though, I'm about to pull it up, but it's these like it was called the Exquisite Corpse Show.
Yeah, shit was dope.
Yeah, these pieces are awesome, dude. And I'll jump into the raffle after this. We'll move on and we'll end the show. But to cap it off, Zen Glass Studios, 627th Street South, St. Petersburg, Florida. Is that what it is?
That's it.
Know it like the back of my hand, dude. It's and I told people this up until this day, dude. It's like you guys are so like awesome to the people who have been with you for the long ride, to where, dude, you can show up there right after getting off of a plane at 5 a.m. and be like, yo, dude, I need a place to dump my shit, you know? And so I can go get breakfast. And you guys are like, open the fucking door and put your shit in the front door. You know what I mean? Like move, like do it. What do you mean? You know, that's such a vibe, dude, to have with people, you know, and that's impressive on its own level. But 627th Street South, you guys offer classes, Dave Walker, Josh Pohl, and then you guys have a few employees. I don't know all of their names, but it seems to be a pretty solid staff of people that you can depend on if you show up here and go here.
Yeah, check us out on Insta, Zen Glass Studio.
Website?
Zen Glass Workshops.
Website?
ZenGlass.com.
There's so many connections to their page. You could type in Zen Glass just about anywhere and find it. Give us the background real quick before I dive in. I got the raffle ticket right next to me, guys. There's 13 people in here right now. We're about to pull the ticket. But please give us the rundown on what this is.
Exquisite Corpse?
Dude, this has got to be the most impressive art show to me in downtown St. Pete, in that community, because it brings collectively like multi-facets of art and sculpture, which, dude, St. Pete is a sculpture town. Like, I can't tell you how many arts and crafts shows I show up to where people are still hustling like paintings and shit. Don't get me wrong, paintings sell, but St. Pete is sculpture, baby. Like, that is what people are going there and they're looking for it, dude.
This was a super cool project. They like custom built these boxes. I guess Salvador Dali and a bunch of contemporaries used to play this game called Exquisite Corpse, but they would do it in like 2D on paper. And Sal and Jeremiah had this idea to do a sculpture one. And they built these custom boxes. You can see it behind the figure there. And the box was like the thing of its own. And the box would travel. So the box went to the first artist. And they had full access. And they would do the base, which was the legs up to the hip. And then they would put it in the box and screw it all together, so that when the second person got it, they would only see like this much of the top of the hips just to attach to it. You couldn't see what was underneath. You could only see that piece. And so the second person would do like the top part of the hips up to the shoulders, which included the arms and the belly. And then they would box it up, screw it all in, and it would go to the next artist. And that artist couldn't see anything except for like the neck. And they had to figure out a way to attach to that neck. And so that third artist did the head. And nobody saw it until the show, and the unveiling was fucking awesome. It was packed. It was at the Museum of Fine Art, and the unveiling came out, and it was the first time that all the artists could see the work, all the community could see the work, and it was epic. It was awesome. So on that picture, Mark Ailing did the metal sculpture legs. Mark Knoll did the wooden. It's almost like a bird, human with like rib cage and wings, and I did head. So all I could see was like 3 vertebrae hanging out of the top of the box, and I just had to attach my piece to it, screw it all back together. Mark was awesome.
Bro, it blows my mind and you don't need to go into crazy detail on this, but St. Pete is the art destination of Florida, correct or no? Would you say so now?
That's what they say. That's what they're saying.
Blows my mind, dude. Such an impressive community, and like you guys, obviously I said this before, but you guys put this on the map, dude. Like in that city. Like don't get me wrong, dude. There's the Dali, there's the Museum of Fine Arts, there's the Chihuly, there's all these paid connections. But at the end of the day, people that want art and know what real art is, they want to see blood, sweat, and fucking tears, dude. They don't want to see just a polished multi-gazillionaire throw money into a building.
We're a little bit gritty over at Zen Glass.
Yes, dude. That's what it's about, bro. And I love that. I absolutely, ultimately, that's why I fuck with you guys, is the grittiness that comes into that. Bro, this was a sweet one. This was a pendant that we did, and I did that face on the front, and you did this face on the back. This one will pop up here on YouTube in a second. This one's sweet, bro.
That was cool. I remember doing those collabs with.
Man, thank you so much for coming on. Thank you for spending the past like 2.5 hours, 3 hours with us. Appreciate your time, tons, bro.
We hit midnight.
Dude.
Happy
Let's
birthday!
do it again.
Happy birthday!
And we won't have to talk. Happy birthday, Kyle.
Bro, so many people actually wished him birthday. There's like 4 or 5 people in here saying happy birthday to him.
Yeah, man, we hit midnight.
Yo, Kyle, thank you for not passing out this time.
Oh.
No. I'm sorry. I said that in the wrong way. I don't mean like when you passed out, dude. I mean, thank you for not falling asleep. Oh shit, dude. You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
You know what you mean, but it was too good.
God damn it, dude. I stuck my own foot in my mouth on that because you actually had a fucking serious incident, but that's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about you falling asleep. God bless that you're still alive. I swear to God, I thought you were dead. Yo, and then here, real quick to cap it off, here's Dave. Dave is Josh's business partner, and Dave does some pretty intricate shit, too. This is dude, Kyle, I'm showing right now. This is one of the flowers. Kyle and I used to make parts for these, and Josh and Dave would do these large assemblies with these components, and this was another task. Like as an up-and-coming glassblower, these guys are awesome to, like, trade rent at certain times when they see that the person they're trading is actually worth their time. And this is shit that Kyle and I would produce components for, and then these guys would do the assembly on it. This is impressive work, like, all around. I love seeing the size of this stuff, the size of the handles. You guys have always pushed large-scale lamp working to its limits. I love that, dude. Great thing to see. Here's Christian. This is the metal. Wow, metal working on the torch. That's impressive as fuck, too. You guys will see that in a second. I just posted, but it's Christian melting metal in a lamp working torch, which is super cool looking. And then also at some point there was a Florida flame off, which I hope you guys bring this back. You don't realize how important that is to the community and the industry, the flame off aspect. And no one does it, dude. And then the people that do, they're fucking, like, I hate to say it, dude, they're like underground, dude. They're not like relevant. You guys did an install of like mirrors across the top of your studio, and that was like the ultimate icing on your permanent thing. There is like those mirrors. No one else rocks that hard like that, dude. That helps everybody see all angles of what the person is doing. I love that. That
was
so cool.
Game changer for
that is
sure.
So cool.
Yeah.
So like I'm showing a picture of that right now. Here's a picture of that. But that's something that I feel like, dude, Florida Flame Off 2014, dude. It's been like 7 or 8 years, dude. I know it's a lot of work. Bring that the fuck back. Bring that back, dude, please. Here's the back room. So they have back rental space. You guys can kind of see what's going on here. There's beautiful women back there working in the picture. That's awesome. But it's a fucking beautiful space, dude. You guys have multiple benches, multiple hoods, and it's private access for the renters. So if you guys are thinking about renting, this is the rental space. This is how you come in. You get a bench, and you collectively share out of a kiln, bring your own kiln, but there's plenty of power back there, plenty of gas. Their studio is freaking sweet. Here's a sherbet collab. This is sweet. This is like a pencil head that Josh did. These are pendants. If you guys want to look at this more, you have an online store. Oh, bro, look at us way young, bro. Here's Rachel, Tony, Kyle with dreads, and Alex, dude, way young. This is awesome. This is at like at Florida State Fairgrounds for that whatever that Tampa show, Big Guava Fest.
Oh,
bro.
Big Guava,
bro. That was when Rachel met
Bronson.
Bronson at this show, dude. That's awesome, bro.
What?
Yeah. Met Bronson at the show. I have a photo of them together at this show. Our boy Kyle's homie from. I don't think did you guys go to high school together? You and Jordan?
Oh, yeah.
Kyle's homie from high school linked up with Bronson, who did business with him, and more or less like was at the show and was like, yo, I'm here doing business with Bronson. I'm going to bring him by your booth. And he brought him by the booth while we were there, which was super cool. So what a great opportunity, dude. But
yeah, Slightly Stupid came and hung out.
Slightly Stupid came and chilled, which was super cool. Man, just great stuff, dude. And yo, you're linked in with other artists in the area. Pale Horse, there's some Pale Horse artwork on here. It's so cool. You have to highlight this from time to time, bro. This was another heat pendant, bro. Do you remember this one? You wait till you see it. Go on, Kyle.
Something cool about Pale Horse is you and Pale Horse usually like cross promote as well, and I noticed that amongst a lot of the other like established galleries in the St. Petersburg area. There's a lot of like cross promotion where it's like, okay, these guys are doing a show, we gotta holler at it, you know what I mean? It's kind of like that's pretty cool to see. Brick and mortar stores give the same kind or like brick and mortar like establishments give the same kind of
oh, here's another one.
Like approach like a team would,
dude. This is a three-way.
Does that make sense?
This is a three-way, dude. Kyle, you're in on this one, dude. You're in on this one. I'm showing off a three-way that Kyle's in on. This one's heat.
Kyle, it's all about entrepreneurs, man.
Yeah.
So we're all looking out for each other.
Yeah. Well, it's
even Mamie's got that one. The drippy with the eye in the middle.
Kyle, I think you did one of the fumicellos, or like most of the fumicellos on this one.
No.
Is that
I think
just
that
me?
was probably you or Cody, I think.
It says collab with JB Glass Art, but I think it says three-way is what it said in the caption of it. Yo, and then yo, dude, it's just crazy. Here's one of the painted flowers. Katie's holding one of these. This is a sweet thing that you guys do. These big wall pieces. This is what we were saying. We made parts for this. They did the assembly, and then Katie would do the work to get the color in there, which is like its whole thing, dude. It's a whole aspect to your studio that people don't necessarily know about. Maybe they do. Who knows? Great stuff, bro. Thank you. Oh, look, here's the back room. This is the old school back room, and this is prior to having the big benches there. Awesome space, awesome studio. You guys fucking crush it, dude. Oh, look, here's Kyle. Kyle next to Dave crushing it too, dude, right next to it. Man, I don't even know what year this is, dude. 2014.
Dude, this one time Dave and I were, I was like assisting him on like a huge flower assembly, and we were trying to put it back into the kiln, and my shirt caught onto the piece, and then like my shirt started catching on fire from the pilot light of the hand torch. It was ridiculous.
Josh,
dude.
this is the dude that put you on. This is Don, right?
I don't know. I'm on Dave and Kyle right now.
Oh.
Yeah, there he is. Yep.
This is the dude who put Josh on way back in the day.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Shinbon something.
Had to show that off. Very, very cool, bro. Yo, if you guys are in the area, go check it out if you have the chance. It's hard to see. I wish I could show. Oh, here's a view from Bonnaroo. I think I took this with my GoPro. Sweet shot, dude. The fucking rainbow. Man, the history of your studio is so impressive. Oh, here's another collab, dude. Run Trees is in on this one, too. It's so awesome to see where you guys are at now. Here's the Ball Gag Lady. Ball Gag Lady's coming in, too. Dude, I absolutely am so stoked for you guys. Wherever the future takes you, it's going to be a mystery, but I'm putting the mystery machine up right now as I'm saying that. But it's inevitable, dude. Success is there for you. You guys have built it over 20 years, and the next 5 or 10 years of your business is just having a great time. Look, here we are, dude. Here's the OG crew. I was so fat back then, too. Look at my fat ass, dude. I'm fat as fuck. Dude, I was a chubby little bastard before smoking dank, bro.
Oh, mystery machine.
Yo, I love it, bro. Okay, so yo, we're gonna hop forward. I'm going to grab the raffle, and we're gonna get this show on the road. Thank you, Josh, for coming on. Thank you for hanging out.
Hey, thanks for having me, man. This was a blast.
Yeah,
beyond appreciate your efforts in our industry. You and Dave both I know Kyle and I both appreciate all you guys have done to help us in our own development.
That was a good picture.
Yeah, dude, it's
Solid.
fucking awesome, bro. Yo, if you guys don't know, we do a raffle every show. The raffle gets someone a beginner's torch and toolkit. It literally puts glass blowing into your hands. Someone who is entered into the subscription program monthly is going to win this, and it's like a $700 value. You get torch, tools, regulators, glasses, everything you need to get going. You get in this kit, and we pick one winner once a month. This is what most people sign up for, is for this opportunity. Thank you, Kyle, for kicking it through your birthday, bro.
Well, I mean, no better way to bring it in.
No better way, dude.
Played airsoft all day.
Yeah, I was gonna say, other than playing airsoft and selling work at a show that you didn't have to show up for, dude, that's fucking
dude,
wild.
I've been working. So yeah, that's true.
That's awesome, dude. To sell work on your birthday, dude, you're gonna be like, you'll look back on it and you'll be like, what did I do? What is it? 34? You said 33?
33.
You're gonna look back on it and you're gonna be like, 33rd birthday. We made money. We fucking hung out like little kids and shot toy guns at each other, and we got to do an interview with the homie who like helped bring us up in the industry.
Yeah, dude. I've been working like super hard this whole week, and yeah, just so I can get to the point of like chilling today. But like, I'm technically gonna be working for my birthday tomorrow, but that's because I want to, you know.
Oh, I feel you, dude.
I have to, but
my weather's been great. Dude. I'm in like 65 to 75 degree weather. Loving it.
It's like 95.
All right, so here's the winning ticket. I have it in my hand. If you don't claim it right now, I tell people this every month. You have 5 days to claim this because some people have lives that couldn't be this late on the live stream. So I give people 5 days to claim it. The number is 212-415. 212-415. And if it's not claimed in 5 days, we will pick a new number out of the freaking bingo 10. So shout out to 212-415. Shout out to JASH Glass. Yo, Kyle, Soji Glass, thank you for coming on, bro. Yo, all their Instagrams you can find in the, I think I put it in the show notes here, but I'll update it if it's not all there. Soji.cup is the Instagram for you. And then JASH Glass is at JASH Glass, which I know for sure is in the, I think it's in like the caption of the show. If you guys want to go check it out, lerktheworld.com. You can go sign up today for that raffle. You can get in on it. Zenglass.com. Thank you guys so much. I hope everyone has a great night. Have a great night, y'all.